Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young man, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later, I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that-a-way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure to learning to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older. And right now, she gets a big kick out of it. Here's the way Marge spends some of her leisure time. She's learning to play the piano. She's getting a lot.
It's too big. Smaller now. I should be smaller too, I think. It should be fine. What's the name of this intro? It's an old PSA. It is an old PSA. It was it the 1960s? Or was it the 1970s? Don't remember. No, it must have been older than that.
Hi
right?
everyone.
1950s maybe. Hello. Hello, CF.
Oh ho 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 hello. Hand pink waving, hand pink waving, hand pink waving, hand pink waving.
Hello, Worf. The intro is called Better Use of Leisure Time. It's by excuse me. It's by the American government. I actually don't know where it's from. The Department of Education, was it? You know what? We can actually check. Hold on. We can go back for a bit.
A lot of pleasure from her own accomplishment. And she's acquired.
That's what that is.
It's an old sociologist.
Yeah, there we are.
Time. Leisure time.
That's what that was. That's what that is. That's the video. That's the thing. Push yourself up a little higher. Actually, maybe I should be a little bigger. Okay. Should be from, yeah, 50s. Oh, I forgot. I was gonna just jump right into the video game, but I should probably talk about the video game first. But before that, I'm gonna actually go here. Give me a second, just to see if it works, because I don't think I'm gonna stay here for that long. Okay, that's what that looks like. Okay, okay. I'm like figuring it out. I'm trying to adjust it so that it makes sense. It's still kind of ugly, the chat screen. I know. I'm trying to make it look less ugly over time. But consider my surprise when I was thinking to myself, yeah, I'll fix the chat. I'll make it like look less horrible later. I don't have to do it now. And then like or my overlays at least. And then I click on the Discord like after maybe 2-3 days of not clicking
Hannah,
on it
and FZF.
for a long time, and then I see like 2 more works of fan art by people, and I was like, well, shit, now I definitely have to rearrange my wall to fit all of this. And while I'm doing that, I might as well, you know, fiddle with the chat thing and figure it out. Long and short of it is, I have decided and figured out / realized that, oh, why is it changing so fast? It should be like every 30 seconds. I guess it's fine. It's in beta. We'll figure it'll be better next stream. But if I were to display all of it, I finally did it. I finally suffered from success. I can't display all the fan art on one wall. I can't do it because if I did, it would be so small that it'd be so difficult to see. Okay, my thing is lagging. Project Star is everything like could have ever hoped for. Yeah, so I don't know if you want me to refer to you as crack consumer or like your Discord name, which is Kitty, I think, just but like that was great. Honestly, and like so I decided, okay, instead of just like displaying all of the...
Are you maxed out on emotes?
Yeah, we are. Or at least we have like a lot more slots that I know what to do with now. I think I have like 13 more emote slots, but I only commissioned 8.
Incredible. Chairman must be overwhelmed. I go back to class. Enjoy the therapy and vampires, everyone.
Thank you. Yes, we will. Yes, we will enjoy it. But anyways, so I needed to display all the art because it's so nice, but if I did like just static on the wall, it would look kind of like you wouldn't be able to see it because it's so small. And also my streams are all 720p. This is not a stylistic choice. This is because I'm limited by the technology of my time. But anyways, I decided to instead have it just sort of cycle through the artwork. Can I make an emote? Yes, if you want to. You're more than welcome to, absolutely. You're absolutely more than welcome to. I mean, you already made all this, FCF. I don't know what else is stopping you. Nothing's stopping you, really. Nothing can stop you. Anyway, so yeah, I realized being at 720p because of my because of budgetary constraints and trying to hang up all the art on the wall would be so difficult that I've decided instead to have this rotating thing. Now I know it looks kind of ugly right now because it's just the images being like kind of sploshed around. For that I must apologize, but I don't know how to make it look not
Hi Chairgot. I have been slowly losing my faith in the male sex due to dating apps. How have you been?
I've been pretty good. I haven't because I'm not on dating apps because that's like, you know, I don't hate myself that much yet to go on dating apps. My advice for dating apps generally is don't. You are worth more than whatever dating apps will subject you to, and you shouldn't put yourself through that. Like, you don't deserve that, okay? If you're going at it as a woman, you are just gonna get like swamped by like swaths of garbage that are frankly not worth your time. If you are a man, you will feel even worse about your situation than ever before. Like you will reach unfathomable levels of despair and loneliness the moment you put yourself on a dating app. If you are NB / if you present yourself rather androgynously, you're probably gonna get called a slur. I don't know. It's like it's the wild west. Like it's like there's just no, like, all of it is also engineered to try to make it so that you stay on the app as long as possible rather than you get any chance of success in a meaningful relationship. I've been told, because I do not partake in this myself personally, but I've been told that if you are looking for just casual flings and hookups, that's like, it works, it's fine, it serves that purpose. But I don't know, because I'm not really, like, it's not for me. So I honestly, none of this is personal experience anyways, because I know enough to just not to go on any dating apps just in general. So I'm not like, none of this really is personal experience. A lot of this is just anecdotal advice, or like maybe secondhand observed experience, I'll say. It doesn't matter who you are, a dating app is not worth your time, probably. I've used a singular dating app, and none of my relationships have ever been as a result of dating apps. Brother met his girlfriend on dating app though, and they've been together for years, so mileage may vary. It's like, you know, do you want to take that? Do you want to gamble that? Just because you could win $1 million doesn't mean you should buy a lottery ticket. You found like 2-3 who like you actually like talking to, some pretty satisfied. So okay, sure, mileage may vary. I personally just don't think, like, you know, I'm just a guy being occasionally harassed by men and occasionally finding someone cool to chat with. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Cause it's like, I don't know, there's no good, like, there's like a level of screening. Okay, I don't know about you, but if I were to like partake in dating apps, none of the concept goes against anything that would help me, honestly. You should just grab one when the jackpot gets over 100 mil. Are you like a millionaire yet? I have to ask. It's not worth it. Don't do it. In some aspects, you'd rather gamble on a gacha game, because in a gacha game, you know you're gonna lose. You know you're a loser. You know all your money's gone, and it's going to the next like PNG that the game devs release. You have forfeited that money. You know that. But if you gamble, it's like there's an internal part of your brain that expects at some point the money back. Dating apps are like, you know, similar in that if you partake in it, you can say, oh, it's like, you know, it's just for fun, I'm just going on it, it's just like, you know, I'm just swiping for entertainment, I'm just like doing whatever. But you are subjecting your time and your effort to this, and you are, you know, although fruitlessly, expecting something that's not just drivel after drivel after drivel. And if you are not, then what are you doing? Like, really, what are you doing? Why do you need to seek your entertainment on a dating app anyways? How much of that is connected to like,
one
I
singular
need
person on a dating app
validation?
that I would have ever considered actually going on a date with. LOL, men are largely assholes or feel entitled to your time / affection / sexual output.
There you go.
I got like 90 something likes total, and going 3/90ths for actually cool people is pretty alright. Am kinda waiting to see if some matches go through, but otherwise, I've gotten the payout I desired.
Well, as long as you know the game you're playing, like, I'm not gonna stop you. It's just I would never do it, and I don't think it's worth it. You know? Been on them as well, it's kinda presenting more andro, but being assumed to be a man, it's so like surface, and it didn't help me too much thinking about how I present. Yeah. Like, I just, you know, it's because I'm aware of like like it feels sinister to me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it just feels like gross. It feels like I'm, you know what I feel like? I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm too good for this. Really, I do. And I'm tired of pretending like I don't, okay? I feel like I have never indulged in a dating app, but I've thought about it. And every time I've thought about it, I then go like, no, but like, I'm not gonna put myself in this situation. Like, I don't deserve this. Like, I deserve better than that. I deserve better than being on a fucking dating app. Out of all places, I will rather just die alone. Like, I would just just put me in the cave with the shadows. That's fine. I can deal with that. I can deal with that very well. I do not want to deal with insane people and like have to filter and go through all the exercise. It might also be because like I kind of later realized that that was a lot of justification for me to just say that I'm Demi, but like I don't know. We don't know.
I guess it depends on the dating app. Then again, ask yourself why you would use a dating app.
Yeah, like what's the point? I don't know, I just feel like why do that when you can just meet people to be friends in the first place without the pretense of they're trying to like, you know, pursue anything, and then just let the relationship of your friendship or your like, you know, your acquaintance, like just let that naturally come into fruition. Like isn't that more desirable? Because then you don't have to keep screening for, I don't know. Occasional ego boost is kind of nice. I mean, like I get it, but maybe I can't relate because I'm a VTuber and I'm like, you know, I'm a VTuber. That's enough for me. I don't need any more of that. Understandable, it isn't easy. Yeah, I totally understand that going out and meeting people isn't easy. Like, I'm not just gonna say touch grass and expect that would help. Like, that's not helpful. But what I will say is, as I hope, right? Like, as someone who does touch grass, it's like, you're never getting the same thing if you just go on a dating app. You are never getting, it's so different than just going out to your local community charity and just volunteering for a day, going to like a soup kitchen, I don't know, do something, motherfucker. And like, you don't have to go there to meet people. You just go there to work. Like, just put your back into doing something for people. And then like the compliments will come. Like, if that's what you want, like people are gonna be, oh wow, it's like, thanks so much, thank you so much for coming in here and helping out, you know, like we really needed this. This is, you know, like, you know, this is great. Okay, like by the way, I'm speaking from very limited experience, but like I'm just saying, like, if that's what you want, that's there. But if that's not what you want at all, then like, you can just ignore that, and it's the most fulfilling use of your time, really. You know? Instead of going on a date with like some fuck ass that's gonna like.
That I have already made friends with most of the people readily accessible to me.
Well, I can't. Okay, well, I don't know how to relate to that because it's like there's always like more people, I want to say, but I understand people come from different social contextual circumstances, so I'm not one to impose that. Also, the whole friend thing isn't the way to go. Sometimes it works, sometimes it ends up awkward depending on how you'd handle the situation. I don't know, that's like probably also why I have such a strong filter for people, that I'm like I need to be talking to an adult here. Okay? That's like my number one like requirement, is I need to be talking to an adult. And not like, you know, someone who's just over the age of 18 and can legally indulge in substances or alcohol.
Me swoon.
But also is like, you know, just a complete fucking child who has no responsibility, who bears no responsibility for any of their actions. Oof. Not sure if we're meant to be facilitated into connection through tidbits and pictures. It feels almost non-organic because people pursuing something or some goal. I just like, I don't like it either. It feels inorganic, but that's like just my old man, right? Like my old man self going like, technology nowadays. It really is just like, I can't, like why quicker? Why do I need to find a partner or like, you know, go on dates now? Like, what's the rush? Why am I being urged into this rush instead of using my time to just, you know, do something else? Because I could do so many things. And one of those is just going out and meeting more people, which naturally lends itself to, you know, potential romantic possibility. And I like to think that that's like the way you should try to meet people. You shouldn't try to meet partners, you should try to meet people, I guess. Is that maybe that's the way to put it? Yeah, you shouldn't go out looking for your future boyfriend, girlfriend, partner, whatever. You should go out just expecting another human being and just talking to another human being. You know? And if you've got like the itch, then I maybe like look inwards into yourself and examine why you feel the need to like go so quickly, so desperately. And whether or not, or how much of, for example, maybe the quality of your dating experience you are willing to sacrifice in order to just fulfill the now, I need it now. You know, like, why do you need it now? Why not maybe in like a year? What, like, if is that year wait gonna kill you? More importantly, is waiting like maybe another year or two worth dipping your toes into this cesspool now? Because fuck that, I don't want it. So was their affection starved? I get it, but like, it's also, I can't, like, I'm not blaming anyone here, but it is very much like we have been alienated as a society. Society. Yes, we live in a society. We've just been alienated from the stuff we do and the stuff we engage with, and like how we engage with things, from work, schooling, whatever. Like, it's so hard to, because it's so much easier to graph out like human interaction when it's all digitized, right? But then you miss out on the organic, the just talking to, maybe not a neighbor, but like, you know, a local, like someone in your community, or like someone in your local scene for a hobby or a niche or an interest. And it's a lot harder to branch out there than to just go on like an app and then start swiping left, right. It's so much easier to just swipe on the app, yes. But I'm not asking you to do the easy thing here. That's why I'm the philosopher VTuber, okay? I'm asking you to push yourself forward and do the thing that's difficult, not just because it's difficult, but because the difficulty is worth it, right? I wouldn't be advocating to just ditch dating apps if, like, I'm just saying your affection doesn't matter, just suck it up and be a stoic or whatever. Which is what a lot of people who quote-unquote get into philosophy is what they get into. It's just stoicism because they need to cope with their feelings, but they don't know how to do that, and so they resort to fragmented and misunderstood like interpretations of certain philosophical ideas. Because stoicism is not about being unfeeling at all. It's about like not allowing that feeling or your emotion to take over, and knowing how you feel about certain things. It's not just about pushing it all down, you know? But a lot of people don't understand that as well, and then you have to go through the well. We'll say though, as someone who's not, I mean, it's kind of funny when you do the exact opposite of being FWB with someone, then developing feelings later. Can't relate.
I was brutally jump scared by my own fan art on the screen.
Hello, Crack. Shall I credit you as Crack or your Discord handle? I don't know how to credit you, because I'm gonna be honest. All right, everyone, I'm gonna be honest, and this is gonna hurt some of you, but I've never been shy. I've never shied away from that, have I? Okay. Now, I love all the fan art that's made of me. I love all of it. Like, it's there. These are all my children. Is what it feels like. Okay. And you would never ask a parent, you would never ask a grandparent to pick their favorite grandchild. You would never do that. There's no such thing as a favorite grandchild, you know? Like, I love all my grandchildren equally, okay? But if I were to pick my favorite grandchild, it would be, Craig, it would be your piece. That is probably my favorite thing I've seen thus far. I love it. Kitty is Kitty? Okay, yeah, Kitty, your piece is probably my favorite one. Like, all the other ones are fantastic. I love them too. And I don't have a favorite grandchild, but if I did, it would be that one. I love it. I don't know what else to say other than, like, so good. I obviously, you know, like the other pieces as well. I should highlight them. Maybe I should highlight them before we begin. You know what? I'll do that. Image 4, browse, desktop. So first order of business is I gotta show the images. Oh my goodness, how wonderful that is. This is what's done by FZF. FZF has done, oh, it's even on the slider. FZF has done fan art before and is also responsible for all the assets you see right now on like this overlay. I have nothing more to say other than one of the reasons why I'm not going to.
Also awesome. I love the smug expression.
I know, right? FZF, what I want to say is like one of the reasons why I'm like, I've just like, I know I'm not gonna quit streaming in the near future at least, is because like when I click go live and yap and, you know, do it over and over again, eventually it's gonna inspire fantastic stuff from people, not just including these pieces of artwork, but also just like the whole ass background. I don't know how else to like, because I don't know how to compensate you. I'm just gonna talk about it. Okay, that's all I can do, because I haven't a clue and not a budget either. But what I will say is like, you are like, this is the reason why I'm gonna keep doing this, I guess. From you lot in general. For this specific piece, I posted on Twitter. I would post the other ones too, but I haven't been able to, or I haven't posted them yet because I want to give it like a day so that it's not just I'm flooding my timeline with like fan art posts, because I want everyone's art to have some time to breathe, right? That's what I want. Okay. Up next is this one. I don't know what this is done by. This is done by Kitty on Discord. I don't know what else to call you without. Like, this isn't a nickname, this is their tag, okay? This is what they go by on Discord. I don't know how else to credit them. Dude, I love this. I feel like you caught everything. Like, I saw this and I was like, I felt how you felt. And that's what fan art is supposed to be, right? That it's supposed to bring you into like, or one of the things art is supposed to do is like express things that are undescribable. I don't know, I love it. I don't know why, like, is that Miffy? I don't know why Miffy is there. I don't think I've ever mentioned Miffy, but like, you know, I don't mind Miffy being there. I just don't know why Miffy is there. I don't think I've ever mentioned Miffy. Do you get the baby girl comments now? This is how we see you. I don't understand. No, I still don't, because I look at this and I'm like, yeah, I don't think like this is a baby girl. I don't know what that means. I still don't. No, I love all this. This is my favorite grandchild for now. I know. You can't pick your favorite grandchild. I know, it's not right to pick your favorite grandchild. But if I had to, this would be my favorite grandchild. Okay. And finally, in 2 parts as well. This is done by Victor. I don't know what you go by on YouTube, but I think your Discord is just Victor, right? Victor Poe? Oh, no, you are also Victor Poe on YouTube. Miffy's just there because I like Miffy. Okay, that's great.
Miffy is an icon.
Fair enough. Do I own anything? I think I have like a bowl, or like, I think what's the thing? What's the apparatus in the kitchen you use to rinse your vegetables? What's that called? I don't know what that. I don't remember what that. A strainer? Yeah. My strain. I think my strainer is Miffy. I have a Miffy strainer. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, 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 that's wrong.
Strainer.
I have a Kuromi strainer. Don't ask me why I have a Kuromi strainer. That's just the one I have, and that's the one I'm using. Okay, don't ask me. Anyways, this last one for today is or for today, like as if this shit happens every day. No, it was just a knockdown sequence of events where I just it was just a sudden barrage of stuff I saw recently. But this work belongs to Victor Poe. I think, is it Poe? I hope I'm not misremembering the last name. But anyways, Victor drew me as a Hades OC, and I don't know what to say other than like I love Hades, and I did not expect. I will tell you that I've browsed the Hades sub a lot, and I've been thinking like, you know, I've been like looking at other people do. I gotta peek my head out here to talk to you now. I've been thinking, no, I don't. I'm just gonna do this. And I've been thinking, wow, it's so cool that people do their OCs, in like a Hades art style. Like that's really cool. Like that's just like an interesting thing. Never would I have thought that someone would draw one of me. That's fucking sick. And it's not just this. So Victor, you did this in like the portrait style of the game, where they like pop up with a dialogue box. That's fucking cool already. But holy shit. This one, this like bigger portrait I think you did, where it's like just the details is so cool. That's so cool. I love, my favorite part of this is definitely the way Parrot looks. Parrot looks so cool in this picture. A lot cooler than I think he deserves to look, honestly. But and then you did like a whole design. You did like a whole Greek inspired design. Ancient Greek, right? Now I want to see this in like all the JoJo poses. I don't know. I really appreciate it. This is fucking cool. Thank you, Victor. And again, I guess thank you, everyone. I haven't had to like talk extensively about fan art that's done, but I look forward to doing that more because I love it. I don't know what else to say. JoJo energy, like you as a pillarman. Exactly. Who's your favorite Sanrio character? I don't have one, I think. I don't really care about the Sanrio characters that much. I see what the appeal is, and I just personally don't, like, I'm not like, I myself, hold on. You know what? Let me look it up. Let me look it right now. Sanrio characters. I might, I just don't know. I think it used to be, sorry, I keep hitting my microphone today. Excuse me. It used to be the penguin, but it's not anymore. I don't know who it is now, though. Gudetama is Sanrio? Oh, the egg. I didn't know that. I think I remember having a... What's the name of this character? Cinnamon roll? Cinema roll. I remember I had a cinema roll, like, pillow many years ago. Batsmaru's your favorite? Which one is that? Where is that? Yes, that's the one I was talking about. I think that used to be my favorite, but like a...
Will you become a Sanrio boy?
No, I don't think I will. I'm not particularly passionate about them. Pom Pom Pudding. I like Pom Pom, but I don't love Pom Pom. I don't know. I'm trying to look at them now and like, I kind of like Kidopi, like the green like frog. But I wasn't a Century person, but then I started playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Is that, maybe that's what it will take. That's what it would take, is maybe I have to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Because I'm looking at them and I don't really feel very strongly about them. I also personally am a little too, I feel like Hello Kitty is overrated, okay? I said it. I think Hello Kitty is kind of overrated. I don't understand where, like, why people are so obsessed with Hello Kitty. I don't get it. I really don't understand. Please play it. Does it cost money? How much is the game? Hello Kitty Island. It's like $30? Okay. What do you do? Is it just Animal Crossing? I don't like Animal Crossing. I have the terrible opinion that I don't like Animal Crossing. That's a lot of awards. That's a lot of accolades for something I didn't expect to have. Huh? Okay. Let me just read some of the reviews. Fun but limited progression. South Park joke manifested into reality. It's a surprisingly great game, but it will limit how much you can play each day. Started the game off with a very violent and traumatizing plane crash. Okay. But now I'm having the best autistic girly pop time of my life. As a man in my mid-30s with a penchant for geography, Budweiser beer, and the occasional philosophical rabbit hole, I did not expect to find myself utterly enchanted by Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Here I am, an unabashed convert, singing its praises with the fervor of a child discovering magic for the first time. All the stress that an adult accumulates from everyday tasks is simply washed away by the waves of the pastel-drenched beaches of the island. It quenches my thirst for hoarding items and creatures as if laws didn't exist.
Restart a Valley Reviews.
Despite knowing the false sense of progress, this game has given me serenity, as though God has taken me to the light and given me paradise. Am I dead? Sure feels like it, but sometimes it's just what a grown man needs. You speak to the characters and do quests for them, you get to create your own character, but it's quite a lot like Animal Crossing. Okay. Read Stardew Valley reviews some other time maybe, because I've not played Stardew Valley to completion yet. I wouldn't really know what to talk about. I know everyone's playing Inzoi. I've seen everyone play it now, and like I remember it was brought up in stream like brought up a few streams ago, maybe like last week or 2 weeks ago. But it's like now I'm seeing everyone play it, and I have to say that it looks cool. I just know that my computer won't handle it. Won't be able to handle it. And even if it did, I'm not too ecstatic about it. It is Animal Crossing like for sure. Okay, let's go back to Hello Kitty Island Adventure though. I am not much of an Animal Crossing person. I remember back when it came out during the pandemic and everyone was playing it. And I wanted to get in on it. I wanted to get in when people were playing. All my friends were playing it too. And I wanted to, get in on the hype of Animal Crossing. I bought the game, full price digitally, installed it, played for about 2-3 days. And then I realized I don't like playing this game. This game is kind of whatever to me. Look, I don't know why.
Why is chat in light mode?
I'm experimenting with stuff, but it looks worse. I'm trying to see if it looks better or worse. I'm leaning towards worse, but I have an idea for it. But that's the reason why, maybe. My personal opinion of Animal Crossing is I would really, really like it if there was... I know what it sounds like. I would enjoy the gameplay a lot more. If there was like a survival system, if you could die, maybe not from PvP, but from like PvE, something could kill you, I would actually probably enjoy Animal Crossing more. I know what that sounds like. Yes, unbased, uncultured, -2, whatever. I know. But these are my true opinions, and I'm not afraid to... I just think that, like, this is the type of game where you kind of build a base and, like,
I
decorate.
thought we are going to get therapy.
And we're about to get therapy very soon. But, like, before that, I need to rant, or I need to talk about Animal Crossing and why I couldn't get into it. I just felt like when I was playing it, there was the tension. I needed some bit of tension to work with in the game. Tarantulas and scorpions make you pass out. Frozen seen the spiders yet? Well, it's like they don't. You like, you know, you get bit and it's like, and then like, you know, you just spawn in your camp again, and then you just like, I don't know. Okay, never mind. Let me correct myself. I love playing decorative, like, games where you have to decorate things and, like, you know, build a nice, like, area and land. I just hate doing the decorating. Now, I don't know if this is a gendered thing. So if there are men in my chat, maybe you could chime in and help me out here. But from what I've observed, most of the straight men in my life who played Animal Crossing didn't really play the game. They didn't really do the decorating. They were just kind of gathering resources. And okay, I'll tell you what every single straight guy I've known that has played Animal Crossing, I'll tell you why they played it. They're playing Animal Crossing to hang out with their girlfriends. Okay? That's what they were playing for. That's what it was. They were booting up the game because they could hang out with, like, their girlfriend. That's every guy I know, every straight guy I know, at least. I haven't really asked a lot of my gay friends if they played, or from, like, the circles I'm in, right? The straight guys who played it, they played it because they were hanging out with their girlfriends during the pandemic. That was, like, the thing, okay? And let's just say that that's not what I was doing. So I wasn't playing Animal Crossing. Okay, I tried to get into it because my friends would be like, please, Charis, get into Animal Crossing. We can all, you know, we can visit each other's islands. I'm like, okay, sure. I'd start building my island. I'm like, this sucks. I don't care about my island. Actually, I'm gonna leave. Yeah, please. Animal Crossing enjoys. I don't even have the game. Okay, I can't. I don't know then. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I'm not making any statements on this other than just my personal experience.
_CharHUH:_CharHUH.
This is not gonna help my skewed male-female viewership, is it? I also hate the decorating, but I like the coziness. I understand the appeal. I think it's just the coziness is, like, lonely. Okay, you know what? I understand it. Maybe I know a little. I know a better way to explain it. The coziness to me has to be, like, with people. Otherwise, it's like if I'm just alone, I'm not relaxed in a cozy environment. If I'm just alone, okay. The coziness comes in when you're hanging out with your friends, and all my friends were hanging out with their partners, and I did not want to third, fifth, seventh, ninth wheel people. So I decided, I realized very quickly that was the case. And because of that, I was like, I'm not playing Animal Crossing. It's not for me. You think I'm not male or female or human? Does that mean you could enjoy Animal Crossing then? I wish that were me. I wish I were NB enough to enjoy Animal Crossing, maybe. But I don't think it's a gender thing. I think it's just like I personally don't get, or like, I understand the appeal. It's just not for me. Oh, games like Little to the Left? I've never heard of that. You're gonna make me Google things again? All right, let's do it. Little to the Left. What is this? It's like $15. Okay. What is it? What am I looking at? Cozy puzzle game that has you sort, stack, and organize household items into pleasing arrangements while you keep an eye out for a mischievous cat with an inclination for chaos. I don't know. I've never played it. I don't know. I don't really like cozy games. I don't have any cozy games. Maybe that's like the thing, is I actually just don't like cozy games. I like, you know what's the coziest game I've played somewhat recently that I remember I genuinely just had like, I was just so relaxed, was when I was playing Raft. And you know what the premise of Raft is? The premise of Raft is you're floating in the sea on like a platform, and there's a shark that's trying to fuck you up. There's a shark that's trying to eat you, and you have to fend it off with a stick until you build a bigger raft, and you can afford like better sticks to poke the shark away with or something. And eventually you fight the shark, and when you beat it, you get like, you get an achievement, but then the shark just respawns and comes back anyways. Like that's the coziest I've ever felt. Okay, was playing Raft. I needed the shark to feel cozy because if there's no shark, I'm gonna get like paranoid. I'll be like, there's something wrong. I don't understand what it is, but I don't like the vibes this is giving me. But when there is a shark, I'm like, I know what the danger is. It's the shark. And if we can deal with the shark, I am now in my head, I can tell myself, now there's no other danger. I can relax.
I survived class, might leave uni in an hour, goddamn massive line in the stop. Nice to see the game still hasn't started.
It's not nice to see. I'm gonna start any minute now, okay? I'm starting like any minute. I just need to finish this. The other time didn't download it even though I begged him to, and I was so mad. So that's like, it's like I feel like Animal Crossing's a really good, like, you're hanging out with a partner or like a close group of friends thing. But all of my friends were with their partners. So I was like, all right, I guess I'm not playing this fucking game. Even though I bought it at full goddamn price, man. Ugh. You should find someone else to be the third, fourth wheel. Congratulations, you've now started a polycule. That's not what I don't want to start a polycule. I want to play video games. I want to play video games. I don't want to start a polycule. Then you might enjoy Stardew Valley. It focuses whatever you want, and if you pass out / die, you lose money and items. I played a little bit of it. I tried to play with my friends, but then it's like, I was playing with a friend who was replaying
chairman
it.
Stream, 2-hour monologue before actual gameplay.
We're getting to it. We're getting to it. I just need to talk about this, and then I'm gonna get to the game. We're gonna get to the therapy, and then it's gonna be boring, and then you guys can leave because it's like, it's a game that has historically on this channel been like extremely low retention, but that's fine. And honestly, I'm doing this. I'm only committing to the completion of this game because like 1 or 2 people left a comment that's like, I really enjoyed the VODs for Vampire Therapist. And I was like, well, fuck. If one person out there wanted to watch these, then I guess I have to do them. Is the mindset I have. Anyways, you don't like uncertain danger? Like, there's no uncertain danger in Animal Crossing. I just wish there was certain danger that I could handle. Certain danger that I am familiar with and can handle is better than no danger to me. I don't know why. I don't know why. You don't like known unknown or unknown unknown? No, I want something to fend off, you know? Any my sleep, please? I'll get to it soon. I'll get to it soon. Is House Flipper a cozy game? No, it's not. It's not a cozy game. It's a game. It's a very stressful game because I'm gonna put the sofa here and then like half of you guys gonna be like, Charis, you fucking idiot. That's not how you put a sofa. And I'll be like, I don't know how to put sofas in a house. I've never done that. I've only had like 2 sofas in my life and they stayed in a corner and it was fine. I didn't put them there. I sit on them and that's all I did. Anyways. It explains House Flipper a lot. I hope it does. You hate when cozy games are cozy. No, it's just like, if I'm just for myself, I'm not seeking coziness. But like, I can see the appeal of coziness if I'm with other people. But for me, a coziness cannot just come from there being no threat. It has to come from a threat that I am familiar with and I can handle. So that there is still an underlying tension, but it's one that's like, you know, it's the shark in Raft. It's like, I know how to deal with it. I'm going to poke it with a stick and it goes away. It's just something to do, right? Like almost. Whereas when there's nothing to do at all, I feel a little freaked out. I don't know why. Maybe there's like, I have a suspicion that it's engendered in me. I have a suspicion that, you know, as we all understand, masculinity runs super deep. And even if I want to like think that I'm not affected by patriarchy and masculinity, I feel as though there's some part of that in my approach or in my like experience with cozy games, maybe that would be explained by this. But I haven't delved enough into myself in relation to these games yet to really have a good answer. What about Don't Starve Together? Okay, I've only played like how much of Don't Starve Together I've played. I also tried to play it with a group of friends, but like my friends didn't really get into the game, so we didn't continue. Maybe I could pick it up again. I'm not averse to it. It's just I didn't really. Because you need like a group of people to play it with. I last played it in 2017. That would be 8 years ago. 2017 is 8 years ago. That's when I last played, and I played for about 3.5 hours, I think. I probably enjoyed it, but I don't think my friends who played it with me really enjoyed it. So we didn't continue, maybe. What is the game about again? Fight, farm, build, and explore together in a standalone multiplayer expansion to the uncompromising wilderness survival game. Don't stop. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it seems cool. It's just I didn't really. I probably need, like, a group of friends who are committed to playing it to, like, play it. That's what I need, probably. You need to get near to the mic like that. 20. Shit, that was my chair. Sorry. I just.
Bitch, I'll play it with you.
It's not an invitation. I'm not saying you lot I'm playing with. I'm just saying, like, that's not on my priority list right now. There's singular Don't Starve. Yeah, but it's like, you know, I don't know. I'm picky. I'm not really a fan of cozy games, but you know, I'm a big fan of like survival craft, cooperative survival craft games. There's something about just, all right, we're all spawning in a server. There's like, we're on like a beach somewhere and we need to gather wood and like we need to make a bonfire and then we need to fend off the dinosaurs or something. Like there's something about that that's really comfortable to me. That's super cozy to me. Again, no idea why. Don't get it. Gonna leave soon. Only watch the VODs of Vampire Therapy. Don't like watching it live for some reason. I'm packing that later. Alright, see you later as well. FCF has to go. Maybe has to go. That's fine. That's fine. You know, it is a great game, Terraria. True. I have played... how much of Terraria have I played? I've done multiple full-length playthroughs of Terraria. All multiplayer. I don't think I've ever played a single player. I don't think it's been very fun for me single player. Last time I played was 5 years ago, actually. In 2020. I have 246 hours in the game. I enjoyed Terraria a lot. Force collab with Go Hard. I have the game, actually. I actually do have the game. Is it gonna kill my computer? It seems, because I'm looking at the system requirements and it's like, it doesn't look too bad. but maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure. I know it's terrifying though. I know it's like a first-person horror simulator, but like I wouldn't. There's a fine line between survival and horror. Okay, I can deal with monsters. I can't deal with jump scares. I cannot deal with that. Or at least maybe I would need to be with a group of friends. Is Forest multiplayer? Is the Forest multiplayer? There's online co-op? Okay. Okay. I would need to probably play with a bunch of people or else I wouldn't be able to handle it. Euphranor SMP? We'll think about it. Sounds like Minecraft. I do enjoy Minecraft a lot. I really enjoyed Minecraft a lot. But when I played Minecraft, the most interesting thing I've ever built in Minecraft is probably like a cave that I called Plato's Cave. And it's not even like there's no element of interior design. Here's how it looks, okay? I'll describe it to you. The entrance is like it's pretty cool. It's like a water elevator and hidden in a tree that's right next to a mountain cliff, like a mountainside. You go into the tree and then it brings you into the cave. And then in the cave is like just a bunch of redstone mechanics that I'm like, this is cool. I want to put this in my base. And then that's it. And then I go on r/detailcraft and then I just steal like 4 things from them. And I just put them in together and I'm like, that's my base. I didn't really make this, but I did, I guess. Turbo offers free service for content creators. You should look into that. Turbo, what? Why would they do that? That's interesting. He's one of the members of the Dream SMP. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I only like it when only like Minecraft when someone else is carrying. I like mining and exploring. I hate building and decorating. I love optimizing the shit in Minecraft, and that's my problem, is I love it too much. I need to stop myself from optimizing stuff. And so what I do is like I have to like tell myself, no, I'm not just like, I will mark down mob generators or mob spawners, but I'm gonna resist the urge to make every mob spawner into like an optimized XP grinder farm, because there's a part of my brain that's like, I need to do that. It's like, it would be so efficient if I did that, which is the complete opposite approach that I have to like things in real life in general, by the way. But yeah, Fortnite is building and survival elements. I'm not playing Fortnite. Can't play Minecraft with this sound on if I'm in a cave. I enjoy playing Minecraft with people who don't know Minecraft. It's a very fun experience to play with people who don't know what they're doing. Because I delved way too deep into the eldritch knowledge of the mechanics of the game and how to like speedrun stuff.
Hello. Are we yearning for the mines?
We're not yearning for the mines yet, but we are talking about survival games or like just co-op, like cozy games, I think. Because I said I don't like Animal Crossing and that caused the stir. By the way, Victor, I hope that was you and I'm not mistakenly attributing credit. But thank you for the fan art. I have it on my wall, as you can see, and it's rotating. It is rotated. Was it you? I think it was you, Victor. I don't remember. I'm not very good with names, but I think it was you. Every time I play it, there's a 7-year gap. I have like... For me, it's like a 2-year... Maybe like a 1-year, 2-year gap. there's like a phase that's like I need to play Minecraft, and then after that it's like I'm done. I don't want to play the game anymore, but I want to come back, like, you know, eventually. And it's like on and off for a while. Despite what it may seem, or possibly due to unfortunate timing, my Minecraft season has ended probably 3, 4, or 5 months ago. So now I'm not interested in Minecraft anymore, right as the Minecraft movie is coming out. I know everyone's really hyped, or everyone is ironically hyped for it. I just keep seeing, like, people keep sending me videos of like chicken jockey, and I don't know what that means, because I'm like, I've played the game, I know what a chicken jockey is, but why are you so excited about it? I don't understand. Oh, Tubbo has a free hosting company, so it's a great time to come back. Well, I mean, you could think about that for sure. It's 2 weeks, couple month break, then another 2 weeks for you. Interesting. For me, it's like, it's maybe 2 months and then a 1 year break, and then 2 months and then a 1 year break. Living it up with Fields of Mystria right now. I've heard of it, Fields of Mystria. Let me take it all up. Let me give it all up again. Fields of Mystria. There we are. Yeah, start your new life. Build a farm of your dreams. Yeah, and I'm just kind of like, I don't want to build a farm though. What if I didn't really want to do that? I don't know. It does look good though. Like, it does look like a game that's fun. I don't know on what basis I'm saying it, other than like it looks solid, but I haven't played, because I haven't played it myself and it's not my type of game. Which is why, unfortunately, even though I'm a huge fan of, like, you know, Davey Reedon, I feel like Wanderstop is not my type of game. But that doesn't stop me from enjoying it. I think Wanderstop is the cozy game, is the closest to a cozy game I would play. Sims is cozy. I get that too, but I don't play Sims. I like the concept of Sims, but then when I sit down and start playing it, I kind of think like there's not much to do with it. I don't know. It's something about me. There's just something about me that's like, I don't really want the cozy part of a game. If I'm playing a game, it should be like a little bit, like, not too intense, just like a little intense. There needs to be a little bit of tension, but not like, you know.
How about games like Coffee Talk, making drinks, and listening to customer stories?
Those are more like, to me, narrative driven. Let me look up Coffee Talk again. I think those are more like, it's a talking simulator is what it calls itself. Yeah, like it's a narrative RPG. It's like a light novel. That to me is like a light novel. There's so much to do. You can do whatever the fuck you want. The last time I played it, Sim had romanced every single person of adult age in the city where she lives. Yeah, but it's like I kind of don't really. I'm on I'm on the Coffee Talk Steam page. I scroll down to the "Is this game relevant to you?" and it says similar to games you've played before: The Walking Dead Telltale Definitive Series and 5 Hearts Under One Roof. How is Coffee Talk similar to both of these games? One or the other is insane enough, but you're telling me Coffee Talk is just like The Walking Dead and 5 Hearts Under One Roof? What am I supposed to get out of this? It's confusing. Vintage Story is like Minecraft more in depth. God, you guys keep making me look stuff up. Okay. Because you know I have a short-term memory, and every time you bring it up again, I'll be like, I forgot what that is. I have to look it up. Vintage Story. I don't see it. I don't see it on Steam, sorry. It is like neither. I mean, I would assume Coffee Talk is nothing like The Walking Dead and fucking 5 Hearts Under One Roof. Like, I don't get where that would be from anyways. Game searching. This is the last thing, and then I'm going. Life is Strange, please. This is the like 3rd request for Life is Strange, so it's gonna delve deeper in my mind. I'm still gonna say I don't have plans for it in the near future, but do know that every time you mention it, there's like a +1 meter in my head that goes off, where I think, oh yeah, people asked me to play this. I know what Life is Strange is though. Vintage story. (2016) Sandbox Survival. No, it's on Humble Store and itch.io. Interesting. Okay. It's kind of like Minecraft because it's got its own. Okay. There's a standalone version of an earlier mod for Minecraft called Vintage Craft, created by Tyron Madliner. Okay. To try out Minecraft, marketing's working on me. Minecraft is good, but like, it depends on what you're looking for, because I could try to get into Minecraft as a single player experience, and I could never really get into it that way. But I loved Minecraft as a multiplayer experience. It's so fun. Honestly, probably throughout the years, because I've consistently I've had many Minecraft phases in my life. It's probably one of my most played games ever, probably. Subnautica, I've heard of that. It's scary, and I don't think I'll play it yet, because I think I would be too scared to play it. I have never dove. I've never gone diving before. Appreciate the game, just feel like I'd rather be playing something else. I mean, if you know what you enjoy, then like you'll figure out if you like Minecraft or not. But I did not care for single player Minecraft, and I adored, and I've had many seasons of it's time to get back into Minecraft again, purely based on the multiplayer element of it. Like, it's so much more fun multiplayer to me. I don't know why. Single player just feels like I'd rather do something else. Multiplayer feels so great though. That's a cozy game I'll play. I could never play Minecraft on peaceful mode. I could never play Minecraft on creative mode, but I love survival Minecraft. Hardcore is a bit too hardcore, but survival Minecraft is just right. That's where it needs to be for me. Play with your mods. I could, but like I don't want to. Okay, I don't. If you mean moderators and not modifications. If you mean mods as in like game mods, like modifications, I don't really have that many mods for Minecraft. You should do a mod server? You have a vested interest in this, Anna, so I'm not going to... the opinion is like discounted because I can see that there's a vested interest. This is not a neutral position. Okay, enough of that, I think. But yeah, that's why I'm not really. I have to. Okay, I do have to think about what the hell to do for the rest of the week. Mod is fun. I tried Pixelmon, but I really couldn't. I don't know why I couldn't get into it. I just felt like Pixelmon was not it. I think one of the most interesting mods I played that I ended up sticking with for a period of time was a mod that was like a drinking water mod. Like there was not only a hunger bar, but there was also a thirst bar. And you had to get clean drinking water by like filtering the rain or filtering water you get from the ocean or something. And then you can like But that to me, I was like, yes, that's a great fucking mod that I want to play with all of my subsequent Minecraft like cravings. Euphranor mod Don't Starve server would bring endless joy. If I were to do anything, it wouldn't be just mods only. It would probably just be like, you know, whoever, the link is in Discord. It's fucking there. If you want to go there, if you want that, you can go there. Anyways, I still have to decide what the hell else to stream for the rest of the week. I'll probably stream today. I'll probably stream on Thursday, and I'll probably stream Saturday, Sunday. But I don't know what I will be streaming exactly. It really means more collab, and more people also means crowded. Yeah, which is why I'm not very, like... I'm not poised to get into that yet. I'm probably playing Slay the Princess this week. I could play Volcano Princess. I could play Dream Daddy. I could just play all the games I hadn't played previously. Finished. But I also kind of want to go back to the pre-February games a bit. Might play Half-Life 2, I don't know. Maybe I'll play Half-Life 2 on Thursday. The Trolley Problem is easy fun if you're out of ideas. I'm not out of ideas. I do have that game in my like bookmarks. Please do the DLC for Helltaker. I could do all of those, but I do kind of want to get a House Flipper stream in. I want to do another House Flipper stream. I'm thinking about Supermarket together. And actually, like, I could maybe do, like... Because I'm thinking I could do Supermarket together, and then have, like, a link to the Supermarket on the Discord. And people could just join. But then it's, like, kind of like... a one-time thing, probably. I don't know how else to do it. Because it's, like, a free game. That's why I was thinking that. But I'm also, like, I don't need to engage with you people. I don't have to if I don't want to. I just think about it because you keep pestering me to.
Holiday, you are a genius. Absurd Trolley Problems by Nell Fun would be a banger.
I have bookmarked Absurd Trolley Problems. Let me just double check if I have. I do have that thought out. Okay, I do. I could just play the second season of Walking Dead. I could do that as well. There are some games like Disco Elysium that are like, for me at least, in case of emergency, break glass. That's like if I need to stream a long, like a huge series for a game that like, and I have nothing else going on and I need one big chunk of thing to do. Like I have that as well as other games, but yeah. Anyways, I'll decide after the stream. I'll decide within a few hours of the stream what the hell I'll be doing for the rest of this week. Probably, you can probably expect to see House Flipper for a rainy day. Yeah, exactly. So it's like I'm not in a rush to play Disco Elysium, but it's always there. So I'm never gonna run out of things to play. I will never run out of things to play. I will definitely, for sure, never run out of texts to read either. I will never run out of ideas for streams or things to talk about. I will never run out of ideas in general. The hard part is how do I bring all of it together? And also how do I do this and simultaneously branch out? Will we get a schedule? Yes, you will get a schedule. I'll get a schedule up after today's stream. We'll do Absurd Trolley Problem like some other time, but you'll know when that is. I've been talking for an hour and 20 minutes and have not gotten into the video game we're playing today. I'm going to completely halt and cease all communication now and pivot directly into the game we're playing. Today we're playing Vampire Therapist. Vampire Therapist is a game where you play as a therapist who's also a vampire, to help out to help out your clients who are also vampires. It takes place in a club in Germany, I think, which is actually also like a clinic. The idea for the game is it's therapy simulator with characters that are a bit larger than life because they are vampires. It's a game that's pretty heavy because it takes the subject matter of the therapy therapy very seriously, and I think does a really good job bringing over actual cognitive behavioral therapy into a fictional setting, that which is, you know, vampires. And because of that, I've started playing it but then I have not played it in the past like 4 months, is because it is kind of heavy and doesn't gel well with a lot of other things. The last time we played it, I'm pretty sure got to pretty much the finale of the game, and I could have just done one more stream and finished it off, but I just didn't have the time to, and I forgot to. It is only now that I realize I should get to that. I should finish this. While it is therapy simulator, there's a narrative component in the game, and you are supposed to kind of follow along the progression and arcs of the characters or the clients, you know, you meet and you have. Some of them at this point have been resolved, but I don't remember who because it's been such a long time, but I have now resolved all of them, and I really should just fucking finish the game and so I can move on to another game. That's what today is, and that's what we're here for. Ah. Once again, the blinking is not right. And there's DLC for the game. There's Blood of Troy, Spanish Nights, Fathoms Below. Oh yeah, and here as well, DLC Couples Therapy. Cool stuff. I don't know if I want to continue playing a lot of it though, because it's like it's a heavy game, and I've started it, so yeah, I might as well continue and finish it. But I think in the future, if I were to play it, it would probably be in my own time, just kind of like sitting there. Unless for some reason people really want to see it, but I doubt that because generally people didn't really care about Vampire Therapists, which is fine. It's just, yeah, this is for me. Here we are. I last played this in like Christmas. That was 4 months ago. This is like probably the 7th in the series of Vampire Therapist playthroughs I've done. Hopefully the finale, hopefully the last one. I see that the loading screen for the curtains has not changed at all. This is still absurdly long. Never mind. It's fine. Absurd. So the thing with Absurd Trolley Problem is I will do it when I do it, I need to also be reading Philippa Foot's Doctrine of Double Effect alongside it for it to like make sense for me as a philosopher VTuber stream. And if I don't do that, it's like I'm wasting the opportunity to do so, which means I need to block out multiple slots in a schedule in a week for that. If I were to do that, can that be next week? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if it can be next week. Anyways, what happened? It's been 4 months. I do not remember what happened in this game. Yes, it's time for CBT. Good evening, Samuel. I believe you're seeing Dr. Drain tonight, or is it Lord Lurid?
I sure as heck hope I'm only seeing one client. I don't know how the doc's gonna take the news that I'm leaving, but I'm sure Lord Luridus would love to see the back of me.
I believe Lord Luridus likes to see the back of everyone.
He's a real sumbitch, but you can't say he's picky. I should get my distortions picked. Now let's see.
Dr. Drain is a scientist. He's a scientist who has a superiority complex going on. He does think that he's better than everyone else because he doesn't indulge in like drinking blood, unlike most of his other vampire peers. In fact, his research is dedicated to synthesizing or creating a synthetic blood that is not like blood. The problem with his attitude is he suppresses kind of natural, in this case, vampire things, the vampire aspects of himself. But you can draw the analogy if it were a person that they're suppressing their innate human desires and nature, such as some sort of sexual liberty, but also just like a liberty in general for being able to indulge in nice things once in a while, I suppose. And this has caused him to develop essentially a drug addiction to his own synthetic blood, which has then caused him to split into like an alter ego self whenever he goes onto one of his trips, called Lord Luridus, who is just the oppressed parts of himself that is unabashedly extremely sexual, and has no self-control whatsoever. And the journey is sort of helping him reconcile his, the doctor with the monster, I suppose.
What did I turn into?
You did not turn into anything. This is just vampire therapy time. So he does a lot of shit statements. That's his thing. What else does he do? He does tend to personalize. He has a control fallacy, I think. He has control fallacies a lot. He's always right. Does he have extreme thinkings? He kind of does, doesn't he? Yeah. I don't know. I've never been good at picking distortions.
All right, got my chambers.
But I guess you don't need to. What'd you tune into, you mean? Oh, Vampire Therapist. It's a game about... It's therapy simulator. It's CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, applied to a fictional setting where vampires... the therapist is a vampire. The therapist therapist slash therapist teacher is also a vampire. Your clients are vampires. But other than that, it's like it's a very human experience, I suppose.
Is that really a phrase, or are you trying to get a reaction out of me?
I'm joshing a bit.
To cover up your very real obsession with firearms. I know you by now, Samuel Walls.
Guilty as charged.
I will leave you and your gun in peace. Good luck tonight, Samuel.
Hello, Sam. Evening to you, Dr. Drain. How you been this month? Seems like you had a big breakthrough last time.
Yes, I think I did. I have been feeling a lot better ever since.
Well, you look great. Like a new man.
Or perhaps the same man, but whole.
Well, you look a lot more at peace than I've ever seen you. Why don't you fill me in on the last month?
I can scarcely believe how the last few weeks have gone. I didn't do a single hour of work. I let my scientists do it. They couldn't believe I backed off. They thought I was dead.
But you are dead.
They don't know that, do they? Regardless, I thought I owed myself a little space. I actually stayed here in Germany the entire time.
Really? Here in Leipzig?
I went to Berlin. I heard you can do whatever you like there, and no one cares. I went clubbing, Sam. I bit mortal necks. I really had quite a nice time.
Yeah, I remember you were a good dancer.
Oh, I sometimes danced for several nights in a row. They keep some of these places free from light, so I was free to party day and night. I did end up doing some pharmaceutical research, though the more recreational kind.
Sounds like you were living it up. You're keeping safe, I hope.
Oh, Sam, I'm 430 years old. I don't have mortal fears.
And did Lord Luridus show up at any point?
I dare say he was there the whole time, in some fashion. He's a much more agreeable chap when he's with me, though. Oh, and Sam, something else quite interesting happened.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
I engaged in coitus.
No shit.
Oh, goodness, no. I've got Lord Luridus under control now. Not to say that it wasn't exciting, though. I was a little nervous at first. I haven't had sex since I died, after all, not counting whatever Luridus got up to. But riding another human being is like riding a bike, I suppose. It just comes back to you.
I suppose it does.
Well, dang, Doc. I'm just thrilled to hear you're letting yourself live a little.
Yes, it's been a satisfying month. I'm headed back to Berlin tonight to meet my paramour again before I fly back to London.
So is this some kind of serious thing?
Not at all. Having a conversation with him makes me want to yank my hair out, so I just yank his curly locks instead.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell are you and what have you done with Dr. Drain?
It's funny, isn't it? I would have been disgusted with this person 6 months ago. Now I find I quite like him, and others seem to as well.
Well, maybe this is a good time to give you some bad news then. I'm headed back to America, Doc. I reckon I can do more good there than I can here.
Truly. But you're all so repressed there.
I guess you'd know, huh?
Touché. Well, Sam, I'm sorry to hear that you're leaving, truly.
Oh, I ain't gonna leave you high and dry. We can still do our sessions over the internet. It just won't be in person no more.
Well, that's all right then. To be honest, I'm not sure I even know what I'd be looking for in therapy now. But then, I didn't know what I was looking for from therapy when I first flew in either.
Well, I appreciate your keeping an open scientific mind, Doc. Is there anything you wanted to go over tonight?
I just remembered, yes, Sam is leaving for America soon. You play as Sam, he's the therapist. I think that just signals the conclusion of the character's arcs. But there are more on the way, so I'm not sure how that is dealt with. We'll see.
Honestly, no. I suppose I should snap back to reality at some point and tend to my research, but not now.
Well, remember, them should statements are what got you to lock up Lord Lourdes in the first place. Think about what you could be doing, or what you want to be doing. It's that intrinsic motivation that'll take you where you want to go.
Of course. I'm a vampire now. I'm the master of my own destiny.
Attaboy. You got any strategies for what to do if you want to get into that plasma stuff again?
If I desire to go down that road, I am surely denying myself my vampiric nature again.
Time period does it take place in? It's modern day? I think it's modern day. Because one of the clients is a Twitch streamer. So it's probably like modern day. But they're all quite old because they're all hundreds of years old, and there's a sort of time. Some of them have a time freeze in a way of the point they died and turned into a vampire, I guess, and that's why some of them sound like they're from a different time. But this is all like modern, like 21st century.
Perhaps it is best if we maintain our sessions. I think I know what I want right now, and that's a spot of blood and dance. What do you say, buckaroo?
Oh, sure thing, old chap. Come on.
Oh shit, okay. That's what we're doing? I thought we'd be doing something else. I don't mind, but...
My dear Samuel, it is a big night tonight, isn't it?
Okay. We just skipped
Oh
it.
yeah? Why's that?
You are breaking the news to Signora d'Este that you are leaving, are you not? Against her nature, she has grown very fond of you, my friend.
Oh yeah. Who the heck knows why, right?
Are you fishing for compliments or merely disqualifying the positive once again?
Let's say fishing for compliments.
Very well. Samuel, your disarming charm and compassion undoubtedly make you an attractive vampire to our kind. Somehow, at a young age, you possess a natural wisdom that...
Okay, I was really disqualifying the positive again.
You are so easy to embarrass as well, which has its own charm. Very well, Samuel. I will leave you to your dark business. Good luck with Signora d'Este, my friend.
Interesting, like the dialogue. I'm sorry I'm playing it again now, so far away from when I last played it, but the game, like I've played like 6 streams of this game before, and there's a lot of context that comes with the 6 streams that if I just drop you into this now, it's a little strange to follow. But I guess that's what the VODs are for, right? That's what they're there for. This is Isabelle d'Este. So she is from the... Fuck. She's got control issues. She is a woman of philosophy and art. She likes to also think... It's a growing theme, I guess, with these vampires, is that she also thinks she's better than everyone else. And she herself enjoys shitting on other people's, especially like modern, contemporary, like, you know, entertainment and art. She is definitely a huge elitist and gatekeeper. And part of the struggle, or part of the work you do, is helping her realize that people can have their fun too, and that, you know, her family's whatever bad things have happened to her family and her son were not her fault. It wasn't just because she wasn't, you know, controlling enough, etc., etc. She tends to be always right, I guess. She's really uppity and she's really like, you know. Catastrophizes for sure. She labels. She disqualifies the positive.
All right, got what I need. Here comes the good lady herself.
And the gameplay really does involve
Senora,
just
it's good to see you.
when they commit a fallacy, you point out the fallacy they commit, but it's not really like, or not fallacy, but like, you know, what's the word? Distortion is the way the game uses it, but I'm not sure what the actual CBT terms are because I'm not familiar with cognitive behavioral therapy myself. But from what I understand, it's well researched and legitimate, but also tries to not be too much like aha, you're wrong here and here's why. Like you're debating someone, you're looking for flaws in their argument. Because at the end of the day, it's about healing and it is a therapeutic thing, right?
I am pleased to see you as well. You have been on my mind of late.
Yeah, cognitive distortion is the actual word. Yep.
Oh, why's that?
I wished to apologize for my behavior during our last
Also,
session.
like you're seeing, if this is your first time like watching Vampire Therapist, you're seeing the really like the concluded character arcs of them, like where they're really nice and they're chill. This is not how these conversations began when they came into my office. They were a lot more like difficult to deal with, which is very realistic, but certainly very tiring. It's also part of the reason why I like, although I enjoyed the game, I didn't feel too motivated to play it like for many sessions in a row, because it was a hard game to stream consistently and not feel tired from. I felt so tired playing these games, but towards the end it was, I think the journey was worth it, and it was realistic. I think it wasn't just, oh, come to therapy, talk about your feelings, and then boom, you're fixed. Like there was a lot of struggle, I think, that led to these characters feeling a lot better about themselves and like, you know, the work that we were able to do together. So it's good.
I let my monstrous side come out, and I addressed you in ways most unseemly. You have been kind to me and did not deserve this treatment.
Oh, think nothing.
They did
of
the
it,
research?
Senora.
Yeah, they definitely
Therapy's
did the
kind of a place
research.
for them big emotions to come out, ain't it? I didn't take it personally.
Oh, but you should, Sam. I called you some terrible names. I disrespected you. You should be quite angry with
That's
me.
a should statement, but I didn't pick that as part of my toolkit, which is fine. So the gameplay is forgiving in that you don't have to, you know, score all the right dialogue points. You don't have to hit all the fallacies or all the distortions. You can kind of just play along with the game, and if you get something wrong, the game goes like, that's wrong, but try again, you know.
All truth. I'm glad you let yourself get properly worked up.
Yes, that is exactly the problem. I allowed it. I allowed myself to insult a man who was being kind and patient with me. I lost control. I should not be so careless.
I don't expect you to always be in control, Senora. Like we've been saying since you walked in, you gotta have some compassion for yourself when you do lose that control. No one's saying you should always be in control. I think you're a superhuman, Senora, but you ain't superhuman.
You are, of course, correct. I fear I shall always have this tendency. But I am becoming more aware of it, thanks to your guidance.
That's the absolute best we can expect of ourselves. We ain't never gonna be perfect. Being self-aware is the closest we're gonna get. I ain't surprised at all you're making a ton of progress, Senora. You're a lady who likes to do things properly.
But let us say, not perfectly.
Exactly, you're getting it. I ain't worried about you, Senora. How have the last few weeks gone? Have you done any more art?
A little. It can be a little frustrating for me to paint when I am so unpracticed. I think I have always been better at recognizing and cultivating talent in others.
Same.
The problem has always been that my artist cannot stand dealing with me.
Okay, well that I can't relate to. I'm very good at I'm very good with people.
Poor Leonardo used to tremble whenever I said his name. I would like to try being a more patient benefactor.
I think that's a fantastic idea, Senora. Maybe the next great masters are out there waiting to be discovered.
Yes, that is my thinking. There will always be rise of the spacewalkers. But I can complain about the state of art today, or I can do something about it.
That's a very constructive mindset, Isabel.
See, now that's a great direction for your frustration. Don't let them folks be the only ones making art.
That is my thinking exactly. I'm starting a foundation for the arts, specifically for talented, living women. I aim to spend about €1 billion each year. I believe that should be enough to create art worthy of attention.
$1 billion a year? Where'd you get that kind of money?
My children's children intermingled with the Habsburgs and Medicis. My dynasty is full of blood-sucking investment bankers I can exploit.
Oh, well, that's good.
Oh, you mean they're vampires?
No, they're just mortal leeches. But they will do what they are told.
Well, that's good.
What about them artists you're funding? Are they gonna do what they're told?
I shall not hobble them, as I hobbled the great masters. I will let them share their own dreams. But they must be dreams. I will not fund a rise of the spacewalker.
Nor a Minecraft movie, really.
Seems like you got a good game plan, Senora. This sounds like a real touchdown.
What on earth are you talking about?
Oh, never mind. Just saying, seems like you're on a good path, Senora. Maybe this is a good time to tell you I've got some news too. I'm going back home soon. To America.
Why would you ever want to go back there? Are you trying to get away from me?
That's a bit of personalization, I think. Which I also don't have picked, but, you know, I remember it because I've internalized a lot of the cognitive behavioral therapy distortions from playing this game.
No, it ain't nothing like that. I've got my own reasons. Stuff at home that's waiting for me.
I know I can be a little intimidating sometimes.
It doesn't have anything to do with you, Senora. It doesn't mean we have to stop doing our sessions. We'll just have to use some of them internet video chat things.
But I do not know how to use such things. Can't you stay here?
No can do, Senora. Besides, you gotta admit, I don't exactly fit in here in Europe.
Perhaps we need more men like you.
Oh, well, trust me, Senora. I ain't that special. I got my problems just like anyone.
The popes of my time would have hated you, dear Sam. They would feel naked before you. I suppose if you must go, then you must go. Will you at least teach me how to do a video call before you leave?
I can do that, yes.
We can take a little time now if you're willing.
I would like that. Very much.
Come on, Senora. I'll show you how it's done.
So you go on Microsoft Teams and then you click on create meeting. You have like an invite code, I think, that you send to someone else. You can send it by email
Lovely to see you.
or through
How are
another
you feeling
platform.
this evening?
You can use Zoom as well, but that was a big thing during the pandemic. I don't know if you would like to use that. Go, Isabella. We'll see. Alternatively, you can have a Discord server, but I would not recommend making Discord servers willy-nilly.
Oh, all right. A little nervous, I suppose.
About Edmund?
Yeah, he didn't seem to be doing too well last time. Feel for the guy.
You had empathy and compassion for him when not many would. If you continue this approach, I am certain that all will turn out for the best.
This Family Guy gag of teaching an old Italian woman how to use an iPad. Is that a callback to that? I don't know. I didn't realize.
I ain't so sure, I gotta admit. Maybe Eddie would have been happier living the lie.
In the short term, I believe you are correct. Inertia is always the easiest option, but inertia can also lead to a certain decay of spirit. Edmund, as you so astutely pointed out, has time to grow as a human. He will find his joys once more.
I sure hope you're right, Andy. I don't think I'm gonna see the same Edmund tonight, though.
It sounds as though you have difficult work ahead tonight. I wish you the best of luck, Samuel. Choose your distortions well.
Edmund Kean is an actor. He is, I think, Shakespearean. I don't remember exactly. Also very full of himself. But he's also has a desperate need for external validation from the audience. When he realizes he's, he doesn't have that. He becomes very emotionally volatile. And a lot of the work that was done, to help him was to help him realize that, that validation can come from within, and that he can pursue the art for the sake of it and not just, to dazzle a brilliant audience or whatever. He tends to disqualify the positives. He's a bit of an emotional reasoner. He does a bit of catastrophizing and blaming.
Locked and loaded, boss.
Do you plan to engage in therapy with Edmund or fill him with holes?
I was planning on therapy.
Then try not to refer to cognitive distortions as ballistic weaponry, my friend.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Andy.
I'm teasing you, Samuel. Do have a good session.
Here we are.
Howdy, Eddie. It's good to see you.
Is it? Can it be good to see me if you do not know who I am?
The voice acting in this game is really good in general. And I think there's 4 or 5 characters that's done by the same person, who's also the dev of this game. I think his name is Charis. He is he's a great voice actor, featured in things such as Hades and Hades 2. He's the voice of Dionysus, I think. The voice of Dionysus does, among other characters, Andromachos or Andy, and also Sam, or is Sam a different person? Anyways, he's also Drain, is he? I don't remember, but he's several characters. He's a lot of characters, and he's also the dev/writer of the game as well. Talented guy. Don't know what else I can say about it.
Eddie, whoever it is that's sitting in front of me, it's good to see him.
Well, I'm glad you think so.
You're not feeling too good, are you?
Not very. I've spent much of the last weeks in bed, in silence, pondering the only question that matters.
And what question is that, Eddie?
To be or not to be? I've said the lines so often, but I never understood them. They were just pretty sounds I used to make the people cheer.
Right? But now that you know that, Edmund, you can sort of connect with the art that you embraced. That you've embraced previously, not just for the shallow applause, but for the deeper kind of connection with the art and the work, the artistry of it all. That's like a new dimension you've unlocked for your acting. It's gonna be great. It's a lot to look forward to, really. Remember the first time I saw a pic of this Shakespearean actor character, and I was overwhelmed by how much it looked like Commander Connor. He is Commander Connor. He does look exactly like Commander Connor. Commander Connor should do a cosplay of Edmund Keane and then speak in this voice. It would be great.
I said them with conviction, with emotion.
It's appropriate that Edmund also plays a clown at some point.
Full of sound and fury, yet in the end,
a jester, if you will.
Nothing. Now I know that the answer is not so simple. To be, indeed, or not to be.
Well, maybe you can walk me through it, Eddie. I never was much of a theater guy.
Of course. To be or not to be, that is the question.
Indeed it is.
Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. This part is simple enough. Do we accept our troubles as they are, or do we take the effort to address them? The bard continues with some more pretty speech, and then that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others we know not of. I have borne those ills of my own making. My undiscovered country is the true Edmund Keane. Who is he? To be or not to be, indeed.
Right, but it's fascinating, isn't it?
I have feared that undiscovered country with all my still heart, and now I have arrived there. Not to be. Where is the place upon this cursed orb that was made for Edmund Keane?
That sounds really heavy, Eddie, but I want to help you with a little perspective. This idea that there's a place made for you ain't true. You gotta make that place. There ain't no cast list with roles to be filled. You gotta make your own role.
Perhaps I have taken all the world's a stage a bit far.
Well, maybe a little. You're a clever
Maybe a
fella,
lot.
Eddie, and you're still a human being. You're just dealing with a lot right now. Give yourself some compassion. It ain't easy starting over after 200 some years. I'm proud of you for soldiering on, hombre.
I do not understand why. What does the world need of me? All I have ever done is play the clown upon the stage. I am as unnecessary a man as ever there was one.
Eddie, you're disqualifying the positive about your time on the stage. You changed things up. You came in like a wild stallion and said, I ain't gonna do things your way. There's another word for change, compadre, and that's growth. Don't deny yourself that victory. And now you're changing, and that already puts you ahead of most folk. You could keep playing that character of yours for another 200 years, but you decided, no, I ain't gonna do that. You're a rebel, man.
You are kind. And I suppose it is true that facing the slings and arrows of righteous fortune is a virtue in itself. But the future is now all undiscovered country, and it will be a hard land to navigate for a swaddling babe such as I.
Which makes the journey much more fruitful, doesn't it?
I can scarcely crawl, but at least I have you to help me.
About that, Eddie.
Oh.
Oh dear.
I'm heading back to America, Eddie. I've got growing and changing to do myself, but we can still do our sessions over video call.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 You cannot leave! You must not! I will be all alone. The mortals wait for me to stumble, and when I do, they will fill my mouth with garlic and cut off my head.
Eddie, come on, you're doing a little catastrophizing there. We'll still be talking over video calls. You've been handling yourself fine in London without me.
Oh, but I haven't! I absolutely have not! I stayed in my coffin for the entire month! The director of the play who disarmed me so seeks my head for the loss of her Piero! Oh, my dear man, you must not go! You cannot do this to me! You cannot turn me into a shell of a vampire and then abandon me!
What makes you think I'm doing this to you, Eddie? I've got my own concerns that don't have anything to do with you. I'm going back to the U.S. for myself. Now, I know you're coming from a vulnerable place and all, but I'm making this change for me, and you've got to accept that.
I know. I'm sorry. Just don't leave me, please. I could come with you. I could go to America. Yes, a fresh start. I know America. I performed in Canada and in New York City.
That's America, yeah.
Well, Eddie, I ain't much of a city slicker. I'm headed west.
I could move in with you. We could be roommates.
Eddie, it's not...
Eddie, no, that ain't gonna happen. Look, I think there's something to what you're saying about that fresh start. But my role in your own life is as your therapist. We gotta stick to them boundaries. Now, I'm happy to meet with you as your therapist, but you gotta be content with that, all right?
Yes. Of course. Yes, well then, that's settled. I'm going to America. I shall go home and pack my things immediately.
Now, take your time, Eddie. I need a little more time to wrap up here. I'll let you know what my schedule looks like over Vmail. Now, you gonna be okay?
Yes. The idea of a new start is rather exciting. I have something to look forward to.
Maybe not right now in America, though, but, you know.
All right, Eddie. I'll talk to you soon, then.
Of course, yes. Oh, my country. My country, 'tis of the sweet land of liberty.
Eddie, we're vampires. We don't have countries. Don't go trading one problematic identity for another.
Yes, of course. Well, goodbye, Sam.
Adios,
They were
muchacho.
not roommates. They are therapist and client, and there is a professional boundary being maintained.
Well, a new companion, is it, Samuel?
Oh, it ain't like that, Andy.
I know. I am very pleased with you. You maintained your boundaries well and gave Edmund a lifeline. Well, an unlifeline. You are the future of vampire therapy, my friend.
Oh, shucks. I'll settle for the present.
Then the present is a fortuitous one. I believe you're owed a drink.
Oh, yeah. After that, I sure as hell need one.
Then go downstairs and enjoy yourself. You shall soon say goodbye to your last client. Enjoy Crimson's best while you can. Rest in peace, dear Samuel.
Oh, we're just kind of skipping the go into the.
It is as
Okay,
always
okay.
a pleasure to see your face.
Welcome back, FZF. Welcome.
Oh, thanks, Andy. You got a nice face, too.
Why, thank you. It has served me well. I suppose tonight's meeting is bittersweet. You are saying goodbye to your last client, yes?
Is that the Twitch streamer?
Yeah, that's right. Medi should be showing up.
Yes, it
any
is.
I would like to give you something then, before she arrives.
Thanks, I guess. What is this? A piece of wood?
From a barrel. One that once contained a naked man whose wisdom I was not ready to appreciate.
Can't read that. Oh.
His name was Diogenes. He screamed at people as they passed by.
We got a plank of Diogenes' barrel? Okay.
He questioned Athenian society, no matter how sacred, and emphasized the return to the beauty of nature.
Which included like pissing everywhere,
He
which
saw
is, you know,
somehow through the
fair enough.
constructed reality we have all created, and understood the miracle of the individual. You,
Diogenes returns.
through
He does
your
indeed.
birth and death, your travels in the wilds, remind me so much of the man. Thus, I give this part of the barrel he lived in to you.
Wow. Dang, well, thank you, Andy. What's it say, though? Some great insight about what it means to be human?
It's like, fuck you, Socrates. Isn't that what that says?
Diogenes was here.
Well, all the same, I love it. Thank you, Andy.
It could have no greater honor. Now then, I will leave you to tend to your client.
Medi is a Twitch streamer. She is really, she clings on to the validation of having a lot of followers and viewers. And like, I just found it unnecessary why the game had to make like every single one of their characters a call out for me in some way, but I guess here we are. Because you have the scientist guy, and then you have the theater guy, and then you have the high art philosophy society woman, and now you have Medi, who's a streamer. It's like this game was designed to call me out. This is in many ways how it felt. It's a personalized experience. Yeah, everyone had a different set of characters. I just happened to get the 4, like, is it 4 or 5 clients you get? Like 4, right? The 4 clients that called me out the most. She tends to personalize, I think. Her emotional reasoning is quite strong. She makes a lot of shit statements, I think. No, she doesn't. Catastrophizes. And mind reading. She does a lot of mind reading. She does a bit of labeling as well, actually.
Got my ammo at the ready.
We really need to talk about this gun stuff sometime. Whatever this thing is, it is very old.
Yeah, I know. We'll get to it, I'm sure.
Do not worry about it for now. Please take a moment. She comes.
Hello, little mouse.
Yep, she calls you that. Why is she in cosplay today?
Oh, hello, Mitty. Interesting clothing you're wearing tonight. Have you been?
How have I been? Or rather, who have I been?
Sure, how about who have you been?
I've been a halfling druid.
You've lost me.
Oh, cool, you're a halfling druid.
That's all right, sweet cowboy manling. I've had ever so much fun as a halfling druid. My name is Bulgo Fraggykins, a halfling of Tuckland. When I was a child, I saved a tree from being burned by a group of nasty orcs. The trees gave me magical druidic powers, which I now use to cleanse the land of evildoers.
Jeez, is she on Critical Role? Is that what's going on?
Hold on, is this a thing that actually happened? I know you're real old and things were different back in your time.
What are you talking about, my sweets? It's happening right now. Me and my companions, we're a fellowship on a noble quest.
What does a druid do?
You never told me you were a druid. I know them types were all over Ireland back in your time, right?
Is that true?
A druid is a servant of nature. We protect all things that grow from the forces of evil who aim to corrupt them. In return, nature gives us certain magical powers. I, for instance, can turn into a squirrel and a wolf.
Well, dang. Seems like there's a lot about the world I don't know. But then I'm only 200-some years old.
And you're very silly.
That too.
What is this noble quest?
What's this noble quest you're talking about?
Well, in the city of Balin's castle, there's a philanthropist mage named Durgan the Munificent, who keeps the people happy and content.
Okay.
But my fellowship and I have discovered that he's actually a warlock serving An Calgon the Clean, an ancient dragon who seeks to purify the land of all mortals.
Right.
Durgan is cutting down trees throughout the realm, which upsets me very much as a druid. We're going to defeat him, face An Calgon, and save the land from certain doom.
Okay. You said your name is Bulgo now, not Mary?
That's right. My name is Bulgo Fraggykins of House Fraggykins. My family produces the finest pipeweed, Fraggykin Kush, but they're always burning leaves to get high.
Well, I mean, what else do they use it for?
They don't approve of my becoming a druid, so I have to leave home and live in the woods. That is, until the trees started to disappear.
Okay.
So, I gotta call you Bulgo from now on?
That is my name.
Well, alright then, Bulgo. Okay, I gotta admit, I have no freaking clue what the hell you're talking about, Medi, or Bulgo. Are you doing alright?
I'm LARPing, silly.
I don't know what that is.
Live action role playing. My friends and I get dressed up and we pretend to go on grand adventures.
I don't think I've ever LARPed, but I have played D&D, and D&D is fun. I imagine LARPing is probably similar in some ways.
Your friends? Who are your friends, Bulgo?
I did what you suggested. I emailed all my friends from the web ring, and they were very happy to hear from me. Some of them live in Ireland, so we decided to get together and play games. It's been ever so much fun. They're all mortals, but they love that I'm a real vampire. They share their blood with me as part of our role-playing.
I thought you were a druid. Or, I guess those things don't clash, do they?
How I summon up enough magic to turn into a squirrel.
Okay.
That's incredible. I'm so happy to hear that, Bulgo. You got blood, you got friends, and what about the algorithm?
My friends and I performed a mystic nature ritual to clear my mind.
Ah, yes, the digital detox.
Nature provides what I need, not hyper-intelligent monsters. The algorithm only wants boring things anyway. I close my glitch and only sell its accounts. I like my IRL friends better.
And how do you feel?
I feel happy. You were quite
That's
right.
like a very good outcome.
There are
Julio.
kind mortals. My friends have lots of mortal problems, but I have lots of money, so they don't need to worry about mortal things.
That sounds like a pretty decent exchange, Bulgo. Sounds like you're in a pretty good place, huh?
Well, almost. I have one problem that plagues me.
Went on a nature retreat? That's exactly what they did. And you know what? It worked. Close your Twitch account. Close your only zealots. And then just go on a nature retreat.
What
It'd be
is
great.
Orcs. I
According
hate
to
them.
this game.
Orcs?
Orcs. They're all awful. They cut
Orcs.
down trees for fun. They're always saying dirty words, and they like to kick halflings.
Is that all the
Now,
orcs?
come on. I haven't met any orcs, but I know you haven't met all of them. You don't know their stories. Maybe they're that way because they were raised in troubled households and they don't know any better. Maybe some of them act that way because that's what you expect.
Yeah, they're not all like the demons from Free Run.
Show a little compassion, the same as you'd show for yourself, and maybe them orcs will surprise you.
But the rule book says all orcs are evil.
Since when do you follow a rule book, Bulgo?
Perhaps you're right, little mouse. I have been a bit harsh on the orcs. I shall be kinder from now on.
You do that. I gotta share some news with you, though. I'm heading back to America. I've got my own orcs to deal with. Of course, we can keep doing our sessions over video chat. The time zones are a little rough, but I
They're
can talk
pretty
just
rough,
before
yeah.
dawn.
Oh, that's all right, little mouse. I would rather not do a lot of computer things. and I'm feeling much better now.
Are you sure? I'm happy to talk, and I don't want you to think you're all alone.
Little whisker face, don't worry about me. I have what I need now.
Well, if you're sure, if you ever need me, just send me a V-mail, okay? That ain't no social network, more of a digital Pony Express.
Perhaps I can tell you about my adventures and how I will exact my bloody revenge on Durgan the Betrayer.
I'd love to hear all about your adventures, Bolgo. I guess this is goodbye then, huh?
Nay, 'tis not a goodbye, but a farewell, sir. And may the light of Malone shine upon your path. Walk with nature.
That seems nice, Bulgo.
Well, I hesitate to say any client is ever cured of cognitive distortions, but perhaps Bulgo is.
Yeah, I wonder. She's been pretty free of all this human society stuff for a while. Maybe she knows better than any of us.
Perhaps. The Dark Angel Raziel ensnared even her, however, so we should be aware of his influence. Well, that was your last client. I suppose you are now free to leave whenever you like.
Oh, I ain't no rush, Andy. I'm still dealing with the cruise line to get some space for my coffin. I'll be here a little while yet.
Then I shall endeavor to enjoy your company a while longer. Come, Samuel. The nights grow long. Let us enjoy ourselves.
Hey, Crimson, you seen Andy? I wanted to have a chat with him before we leave.
He slept in tonight. We had a long night yesterday. Had to say our goodbyes, too.
Oh yeah, Crimson's heading to the US.
Poor guy acts like everything happens for a reason, and he's got to accept it. He was a little quiet. Why don't you check his office?
I'll do that. Thanks, Crimson. Andy, you around? Crimson said you were acting a little strange. Andy? Oh, dang it, where the heck is that guy? Oh, he left the window open. It's freezing in here. I'll go close it. Ain't like Andy to be like this. Where the hell's he hiding when it's almost morning anyway? Wait a minute. Oh, shit, there he is. I don't got time to pick my distortions. I'll just have to use the ones I know best.
Oh, dear.
Andy, what the hell are you doing out here? The sun's coming up.
I did not intend for you to find me, Samuel. I had said my goodbyes already.
What are you talking about, Andy? There's no need to be thinking like this. Come on inside and we can talk.
Do not fear for me, dear Samuel. I do not leave out of despair. There is no distortion. This is simply a choice that I have decided to make.
How can you say that?
Samuel, I have walked this earth for more than 3,000 years. I have watched civilizations rise and fall. I have witnessed horrors and wonders you could not comprehend. I have been hated, and I have been loved. And I have hated and loved. I am a creature of myth, Samuel. A fragment of another age. My time passed long ago.
Andy, these things are only true from your own perspective. You're doing some labeling and you know it. I know you ain't a mythological being. That's a cognitive distortion.
My friend, it is not. This is a world of computers, of technology. But I was here before the name Jesus Christ ever existed. I was here before civilization. It is not labeling to say that I am from another time, and indeed older than most myths.
But it is labeling if you're saying that you are not from this time because of that. Or like that it stops you from being in this time.
This distortion does not apply to me.
Well, who cares about that, Andy? I think it's great that you got all this experience. You got perspectives most of us couldn't dream of having.
But Samuel, my perspectives are alien. The humanity I was born into is not the humanity of the modern world. My value is like that of a history book, and the perspectives I have, while well-earned, are of their time. Do not look to me for answers.
Andy, now you're disqualifying the positive. You compare yourself to a history book, but history books don't talk. They don't reason.
And they don't create valuable, fantastic therapists like Sam, do they?
Of course, my friend. But I do not disqualify the positive, not in the slightest. I merely ask you, and indeed humanity, to look to itself for answers. This is not a cognitive distortion, my dear Samuel. You give me such hope. That is why I must leave this earth to you, and those you will help cultivate and grow. I have had my place in this world for a very long time. I have done much good, and I have committed great evils. These things I accept, but it is time for me to stop having an influence on this world. When you told me that Heinrich Kramer still lived, it proved to me that I have had too much influence. The small choices I make change the fate of the world.
Andy, that ain't something you can know. Heinrich Kramer is his own man. He's made his own awful decisions. It's a control fallacy to think you caused what he's done.
It is not a control fallacy, my dear Samuel. My point was that my decision to support Heinrich Kramer had a lingering effect on this world. Like the wings of a butterfly, my actions have consequences for good and ill that cannot be predicted. But even butterflies die to support the natural order. This is not a control fallacy. Samuel, do not mourn me. All things must pass. It is the way of nature, a way that you know well. It is this way that brought you to my door. We have talked much in our time about the value of change and growth. Death is change, my friend. Nothing good can come from my having an eternal existence.
Now that's Nosferatu thinking if I ever heard it. Nothing good can come from your having an eternal existence. You're doing plenty of good all the time. Think of the people you've helped. Think about Crimson. Think about me.
I did not say that I could do no good, my dear Samuel. I have been honored to be a companion to you, to Crimson, and to so many others. It is the eternal that is incompatible with nature.
I mean, that's not true. I disagree.
My thoughts are clear. This is not Nosferatu thinking. I know you look for the best in everyone you meet, Samuel. You see potential where others do not. That is why you seek to rescue me. But I do not need to be rescued. And that is why I am honored to leave the future in your hands. I confess, I did not have hope for Edmund Keene. Rarely can such men be aided, but you persevered. I would not hope to help Heinrich Kramer either, but you dare to hope. I should leave and allow this hope to flourish.
Andy, pardon my saying so, but that's a load of horse shit. Where's that should statement coming from, huh? Just because you don't see the same potential I do doesn't mean you should leave. That's Distortion City Population Andy.
There are certain shoulds, however, Samuel, that are inevitable for the world to keep turning. The sun should shine, whether we like it or not. We should drink blood, whether we like it or not. And all things should die, whether we like it or not. It is not a cognitive distortion to think so.
No, definitely.
Please, Samuel, do not make this difficult for me when it need not be. Go. Face your blood father. I believe you will succeed in turning Heinrich, and that will bring me peace in death.
But, Andy, I don't want you to go.
I know, my dear Samuel, but I must move on, just as you must. I have had my time here. Too much time. Too much blood has been spilled on my account. I have done much to atone for this, but for good or ill, my time must be over. I have a confession, Samuel. Perhaps it will make my decision clearer to you. I am Heinrich's bloodfather.
What?
I made him into a vampire. I gave him eternal life. In my hatred for humanity, I
just let him heal himself. I don't got time for this. Well, he's like, I don't know. I just disagree with it on principle, really. But also, I don't know how I reconcile the eternal being with the choice of mortality. Does that make sense? Like, because I certainly wouldn't want to impose on an immortal being that they should exist for an eternity. I don't think that's something I can oppose, but I'm not sure how I would deal with that because, because I wonder if it's the same thing as a mortal suicide, I suppose, is what I'm thinking. Because a mortal suicide is almost like in my head at least, I conceptualize it as a premature thing. It's one that does not need to happen then and now, and the reason that one desires it is because of the little hope that they have in their lives, and I don't really think that it's quite the same here, or that it necessarily is quite the same here. Although Andromahos kind of expresses he does express a certain hopelessness. He does express a certain, like, you know, my time has come. I don't need to be here anymore. I'll do no good being it like an eternal being and disrupting the cycles of life. I don't know. It's an interesting position, I suppose.
It is my choice that brought the Malleus Maleficarum into existence. My choice that fueled the deaths of so many.
But your death is not going to atone for that, is it, Andrew?
The beating of my wings 600 years ago killed your brother, destroyed your family, even caused the death of your princess. I am so sorry, Samuel. But I hope you can understand why I must go. The world does not need my continued influence.
Not arguing with the guy who's lived 3,000 years, but also hate to see a baddie go. I will argue with the guy who lived 3,000 years. That's what I would do.
There is no cognitive distortion that clouds my thoughts. Only the clarity of seeing the long arc of history formed by my hand.
I don't know what to say, Andy.
Then say nothing, Samuel. Go back downstairs. Live your own life.
But why is it over now? I don't understand. Why
but
now?
The influence is over now. Crimson is now a vampire. She needs me no longer. You are a greater therapist than I. I am at peace. If I may offer a last word of advice, my friend, remember your strength. Approach every client with the same mentality you always have, and it will serve you well.
Wait a minute. Approach every client the same way. I know what Andy needs.
Now, I wish to see the sun rise one last time. There is nothing more you can do for me, Samuel.
That's where you're wrong, Andy. I do have something to offer you, and that's compassion. I know you've done some awful things, and that must weigh mighty hard on you. I can imagine the pain you feel at seeing someone like Heinrich Kramer running around reminding you of the vampire you used to be.
I appreciate your empathy more than I can say, Samuel. You are right. It is painful. But my decision is about more than pain. I know my presence is unnatural. My world has died so many times over.
There's nothing that's unnatural about, like, your existence, I think, in a world where this is possible.
I know it has, Andy. I watched my friends and family die out a few times. You've done it 100 times at least. If you didn't feel that, there'd definitely be something wrong with you. I'd say that pain is more natural than anything. But you don't have to feel that pain alone, Andy. You've made this world a better place so you don't have to.
You are kind, dear Samuel. Too kind to an old relic like myself. But I do not wish to see the history I have created. It is darkness that builds upon itself, regardless of what I do.
You bear witness to it not by yourself, though.
Andy, I forgive you. A lot of them decisions you made were terrible ones. Now, that Andy was a hateful asshole, but I feel sorry for him. Nobody who feels content and peaceful does things like that. I'm sure he hated himself as much as you hate him now. I know what it's like to look in the mirror and see a murdering sack of shit. But you're a person, Andy. You got needs, joys, regrets, and sorrows. You're deserving of love. And I love you, man.
Damn it, Samuel. Don't you know crying is dangerous to a vampire? It is fluid we cannot stand to lose.
Well, let's go get you something to drink then. Come on, Andy. Let's get back to the darkness.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you.
Interesting.
Whew, what a night. Poor Andy. I think he'll be okay, though. Being human means we're gonna keep making mistakes, but we'll have to accept them and forgive ourselves. I'll keep an eye on Andy before we leave, but he seems pretty eager to help me with Heinrich now. That ought to keep him going. He gave me this here coffin as a gift, and I'll definitely think of him whenever I'm
Success,
resting in
indeed.
it.
I'm thinking about that right now. I'm still sort of reeling in that.
Now then, I think I'll do a little reading from my favorite book. Something to inspire me for the challenges ahead. I learned this, at least by my experiment, that if one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with success unexpected in common hours. In proportion as he simplifies his life, the laws of the universe will appear less complex, and solitude will not be solitude, nor poverty poverty, nor weakness weakness. Yeah, you got it, Henry. I'll just keep walking and everything will turn out okay. Now, time to watch Mo yank Larry's hair out. Oh, there ain't nothing funnier than some good old slapstick violence.
there sound for this? Yes, there is. Malice in the Palace. Somewhere in the Orient, Cafe Kazbaba, meeting place of Black Sheep Baba.
Just past the hour. I wonder what delays $1/2.
Fear not, most illustrious Hassan ben Sobar. Fear not. $1/2 will get the map by hook or crook, as sure as my name is Jinnarama.
Quite so.
Fantastic handshake, well done. Brilliant execution.
Yes, sir. Coming up. Yes, sir. We have all the service.
At your service. Boy, if I hadn't ducked, we'd have collided sure. What a narrow escape.
Ah.
Hey. What? What's the matter with you? Take this off! Take this off! Now, take it easy. We'll have you all fixed up in a minute. What's this? Oh, happy birthday! Hold this. Just a minute, I'll take it right off.
That's not how you take it off.
I would leave it on. People don't know if you're coming or going with this on. There you are, sir. You look very pretty, and the spaghetti's as good as new. Why, you... No! Whoa! Dog of dogs, how dare you?
1,000 pardons. It was unavoidable.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. This would degrade you. Tis true. I'm an aristocrat. I am Hassan ben Suba. I had a few too many myself. Quiet. We gotta clean up this mess.
What the fuck?
Why? Oh, get busy. Stop it, will you? Cut it out. Travel by night. Perhaps if $1/2 does not...
Greetings.
Let's bring the map, $1/2.
Hey, Chief. But as I slit his throat, with his dying breath, he said someone else had a duplicate map.
'Tis bad. We must leave at once if we are to be the first to reach King Rootin' Tootin's tomb. Make preparations to depart immediately.
Aye, Chief. But remember the curse. He who touches the jewel first is doomed to 1,000 deaths.
We must secure the services of 3. And when we get them to do our bidding... Yes. But we must have food before we travel. Aye. Service! Waiters!
Yes, service.
Oh!
What do you have?
We want... we don't have any more.
All we got left is rabbit and hot dogs.
Rabbit. Hot dog.
Hot dog, they'll take rabbit.
Okay, coming up.
Okay, coming right up. Coming right up. Here we are, pepper and salt.
Boys off.
I suppose this is how I would run a restaurant. Oh god. That's a big knife. Oh my god. That wasn't worth it.
Cat's up.
Get out of here. Come here, you. You'll think you'll get away. Now I got you. Come on. Now I got it. It couldn't be.
Couldn't be. You could go in the kitchen and just check.
Now sit there.
Ah! This is terrible. What? Why is the joke that the animals are hurt?
Here you are, gentlemen.
I guess that's not the joke. The joke is like they think that they're being hurt, but they're not.
Sit down. Oh, but I'm not tired. I'll just stand while you eat. Sit down with your heads on or off.
You talk us into it.
Eat.
Why are they making them eat it?
Did you hear anything?
Yeah, I did.
Why would they eat it anyways? What?
Yeah. Sit down and eat.
Eat.
Gesundheit.
Why are they eating it? Why do they want them to eat it? I don't understand. If they're disgusted by it as well, why do they want to eat it?
I killed it. I killed it.
Oh, I killed it.
Yeah, this episode is kind of wild.
This just can't be.
Forget the mustard. So you are the perpetrator of this. Sit down and eat.
Sit down.
Why do they want him to eat it? What?
There's the dog and cat.
Why don't you tell me? What? Get out. Let him alone. Oh, cut it. Oh, man. Oh.
There.
Oh.
These three, they are the ones that get the jewel for us.
Right.
They are?
Gentlemen, who came in? No, you. How would you boys like to make 1,000 shilblinas?
You've convinced us. What do we have to do?
There is a diamond worth a king's ransom. Do you hear? A king's ransom.
Gentlemen.
What is this episode about?
Now pay strict attention.
Hassan Ben Soba, you are late. I got the diamond, you got the gate. Signed, oh my gosh, Immer of Schmo.
Oh, ruined, defeated. That murderous cutthroat. He has the famous 100-carat diamond.
100 carats, he's sure knew his onions.
Quiet. This map is useless to me now. With that diamond, I could have quit my job as the doorman at the Oasis Hotel.
Hey, Spinach Chin. Do you mean to tell me you're only a doorman?
Yes.
Well, there's the doorman.
What?
Will you give me 5 for this?
No, but I'll give you 2.
I'll take it.
Yeah. There's only one 100-carat diamond, and it comes from Rootin' Tootin's tomb. That's government property. Right, and if we return it, we'll get a big reward.
Yeah, maybe $50,000 bucks. Boy, with that kind of money, we could rent a one-room apartment in Hollywood. Maybe.
But that Emer Schmo. Well,
That amount of money, you could afford groceries for maybe a month.
here, study
Oh.
this map closely.
What the fuck? So they're going on an adventure to get the diamonds? What? Are they studying the map? Am I supposed to? I'm not studying any map. I can't be bothered. Has the episode ended here? I suppose it has. Okay. It's not watching TV.
All right. I think I'm nice and relaxed now. Time for some good rest. The real journeys are still to come.
I forgot I was playing Vampire Therapist. Every time a section of TV happens, I forget I'm playing this video game.
Tonight's the night. Time to hit the dusty trail back home. You ain't gonna take any sunrise strolls, right, Chief?
It's not a cliffhanger. The video stopped. Like, the episode stopped. I didn't leave you there. It was the game.
I am fine now. It was a momentary lapse of self-awareness. I have much to regret, but much to live for as well. I believe that you can turn Heinrich Kramer, Samuel, and I wish to help you as much as I can.
You better, Sugar Blood. You know I can stay if you need me.
No. I cannot hold you or Samuel back. We all must continue on our paths. On my honor, I will continue as well, as I have for the last 3,000 years. You are already packed, and I would not see you delay.
I guess this is it then. Last time I'll see this bar for a while.
Immernacht shall not be the same without you, but it will be something new.
Oh, if you're looking for a new snack, there's this fellow who's been roaming around. Name of Kieran.
Ooh.
We have met. I should very much like to know him better. But do not worry for me, Samuel. A vampire is always comfortable with a little quiet. Regardless, I have my cats to snuggle. Now then,
Everyone has cats. Everyone's got fucking cats. Everyone does. This is just a thing that I've not been privy to, I suppose.
Well, here we are. Guess this is it.
Samuel, my dear, this is not an ending, but a beginning. Do not think that I have nothing left to teach you. We will speak over the internet. I do not release you from therapy.
Reckon I got plenty of work to do still anyway.
We all do. Now, Crimson, come. Embrace me.
Okay. Me too, Sam. Me too.
Gosh.
Yeah, me too,
I'm gonna
Sam.
miss you, Sugar Blood.
We will see each other again before long. And when we do, I will give your body pleasures that you cannot conceive of. First, I will lick your...
Yeah, yep.
There's the American I know so well.
Jesus Christ, indeed.
Very well. I bid you both an exciting journey. Now get out of here. Tears are unpleasant to our kind.
Oh, hey, Bert.
Hold
you wanted
up.
to say something.
I think he wants to see us off.
Go on, my friend. Speak your mind.
Yeah, me too, Bert.
Oh, Bert.
Thanks, Bert.
You always know what to say.
That's it then. In the past months, I've learned more about myself than I did in the last 2 centuries. I got reasons to hope that I can put my skills to use back home, and that I can help anyone who's ready to be helped. For the first time in my life, I got real friends who can't die, and together, we can be better vampires than we ever were alone. I was lost once. I didn't know what I was put on this earth to do. I didn't know why I died. I didn't know who I was. I may be a vampire, but I can reflect now. Now
Interesting.
I know who I am.
Vampire therapist. There we are. Cyrus Namati. That's the guy. Writer, director, and voice of I think like 3-4 characters. Yeah, it did feel like one of those movies that ended with a freeze frame of everyone jumping up. That's exactly right. They all kind of just like went like, yeah!
You did it. You are the vampire therapist trademark.
That's indeed who I am. He's Sam, Maxie, Drain, Edmund, and Bert. Matthew Mercer's Reinhardt and Kieran. Yeah. Yeah. And then there's some other characters that I can't go back on. I can like, okay. Selected media from public domain. Yep. A lot of Three Stooges episodes. Nosferatu and The Count. The vampire therapists are the friends we made along the way. It was a bit like that, yeah. Sam Crimson will return in Vampire Therapy. Oh shit! We got a post-credit scene? Wow. Okay, now the music's kind of bleeding into each other. Choose one, please. Okay, it's a little confusing. Spanish Nights, click that. It's these are the expansions of the base game that are just free, I think. There's a DLC I think that's paid, there's couples therapy, but these are just like free expansions of the game. Blood of Troy, Spanish Nights, Fathoms Below. Well, I'm not clicking on it because if I click it, I have to start it and then I have to do it again. I have to like do it, and it's like a whole thing. It's like a few hours or something each. There's a lot of good content in this game. Video games mental health charity. Cool. Whenever I click exit, it does that too. I forgot. Yeah, it just like it bleeds. The volume gets really loud for a second. Probably didn't have licensing money, but Blade nightclub music would have fit for the credits. I mean, the nightclub music they used was just the nightclub music they've been using for. That's not my BGM. That's BFG Division, which I was playing just now. That's my chair. Sorry. Here we are. I would have let the music play if it were not for the fact that it bled into the main title theme as well, and then it was a bit like jarring that way. That's Vampire Therapist. Lots of you might have, because over the months, I was gonna say over the years, it does feel like years sometimes, but over the months, more and more of you have joined me in some streams. So, some of you guys, this might be the first time you've seen Vampire Therapist. If so, that was the end of the game that I just showed you, right? Or at least the base game. It did feel like, you know, someone said, yeah, it felt like everyone jumped up in a freeze frame. That was what the ending kind of felt like to me a little bit. I won't lie. But it wasn't terrible or anything. It was just a bit like sort of bland, I suppose. But I think that was not the focus of it. It was more so the wrapping up of the characters and their arcs, which I found satisfying. I also thought it was refreshing that Edmund was not finished. I liked that there's still more work ahead of us for Edmund Keane. I think I liked the twists ending, sort of that Andromachos is a bit suicidal, and that we kind of had to step in as the Empire therapist to, you know, I guess essentially talk him out of it. But I feel a bit weird about it because I don't know how to feel about it. Exactly, that particular ending sequence. Overall, I liked the game for sure. We need to watch Dracula Flow now. The last time I had Dracula Flow out for about a minute, like the first minute of it, my entire stream got demonetized. I didn't mention this yet, but like since then, since the 500 something, there have been a few streams that have actually just been totally demonetized for different reasons. And one of them is actually because of a minute of Dracula Flow. So no, we are not watching Dracula Flow. I'm sorry, because I don't want to get demonetized. Like, not that it matters, because that is just AdSense money, but also like, I don't know what the hell else this guy could do if he wanted to just nuke stuff. So like, our limit visibility, that's entirely in whoever, you know, that person is.
LMAO, it was too powerful, pensive face.
It was just a minute, but yeah, it was a bit too powerful. So we're not doing that, I guess. Now, for those of you who have probably watched, which I'm not, you know, there's probably not that many of you, but I want to give my thoughts on the game overall, because that's what I do at the end of every, like, you know, game I play. And that is effectively, that's the end. They gave me the achievement that's like, complete the game. They rolled credits. They showed, you know, vampire therapist, and everything kind of resolved. Most things resolved. So that is effectively the end of the game, and probably the last I'll play on stream. I have to say, it's a very I think it's a very good game. I think it's a very much like, it's a game that definitely is like, I want to say like a healthy game in some sense of the word. I think the game makes claims about, you know, therapy, human nature, I guess vampire nature, and takes themes of, you know, having compassion for oneself and others, takes them very seriously. I think that's really good. I do think that the game feels, my biggest, not complaint, but like thing I noticed with the game overall, now that I've completed it, right, really is, because so now I can finally say all of my, sorry again, thoughts. I've been playing this game since October of last year. So that would be, that would have been like maybe like 7 months since I've started the game, and it's been 4 months since I last played it. So I apologize for this taking so long for the 2-3 vampire therapist fans out there that also wanted to watch me play it. I'm sorry that like that's what happened, but I have completed it now, and I want to share my thoughts on it briefly. I think the game oftentimes deals with this tension between, or deals with a tug between whether or not it wants to take itself super seriously and whether or not it wants to not take itself seriously at all. You know, like when it, particularly when it gets to the therapeutic stuff, I think the game takes itself really seriously, which is like good, which is like appropriate. And when the game wants to, you know, relax for a bit and just kind of, you know, at the end go like, well, it's a video game and it's a fictional setting of vampires who are extremely horny for each other, and people who are into goth makeup and dancing in nightclubs who are also extremely horny for each other. And there's a sort of like it's almost like it treats one as the break for the other, right? And I think it creates two things for me personally. This is my experience. and I'm not saying it's strictly bad, it's just what I've observed in my experience playing it, right? The first thing it does is it makes it so that, for me at least, the game divides itself into those two sections. It divides itself into the therapy and then into the fictional light, like the visual novel of vampires who really look forward to biting each other and having sex. Like, that's the whole like thing. And when they do that divide, what that does for me, or what that's supposed to, I think what the intention of, as the creator of the game, I don't know him, although he did like my tweet when I said I enjoyed Vampire Therapist. He did like my tweet and commented like, thanks for playing my game or something, I forgot. So I'm basically famous is what I'm trying to say. Anyways, oh, hey Victor, thanks for getting membership. Membership gets you emotes, that's about it, but thank you for joining membership. I wanted to say that there's a certain bit of the vampire that is supposed to be the break from the intensity of the therapy. And the problem, or not the problem, but the thing with that for me is I kind of wanted to play this game for the therapy, not for the vampires. I really just personally didn't care for the vampires. I am not, like, I think the characters are hot. I think the character artwork is very, like, done very well, and I think they're very attractive characters. I think the voice acting is really good, and also the voices for the characters are very hot. Like, so it's one thing, so good voice acting doesn't mean the voice is hot. Like, those two things are not, like, related at all. A voice can be hot and also be a bad, like, someone can have a hot, like an attractive, appealing voice and be a bad actor or portray a scene, you know, poorly. Someone can portray a scene very well and have an unattractive voice, a grating voice, which is, you know, again, probably part of the character. The voice acting is both good and like appealing and, like, you know, attractive. Like, they have nice voices, and, you know, that's the dynamic they were going for in the game. I do think the strongest part probably was the voice acting coupled with the very strong dialogue that takes place that feels both fantastical in the sense that, like, you know, the voice acting is splendid and they sound so good, and you're like, holy shit, they do kind of sound like vampires with their sultriness, etc., etc. But also the conversations they're having feel very human. They're flawed in very real ways. Like, you, throughout my playthrough of this game, many times have I not only resonated with what was, you know, what was being dealt with, the subject matter and all, but also I was like, oh yeah, I know someone who sounds like this. I know someone who says, well, they don't sound nearly as attractive as this. Those people in real life sound a lot more grating and difficult to talk to, but, you know, they also face these struggles and they also have these problems and these issues, this stubbornness to them that they're, you know, unwilling to bend for. But at the end of the day, you do know that it's like you should, it's necessary to offer them compassion above all else. I think so much of the game's strength is in that. So much of the game's strength is in delving into the conversations, the dialogues with each other. And that's, like, I think the game knows as well that that's its strength, and that's where, like, you know, they put their effort and time into. That is directly responsible, or rather that directly feeds into your main experience with the game while you're playing it, because you are exposed to the dialogue options as a part of the therapy gameplay. Now, before we get into the gameplay, I do want to let me think, just wrap up on the point I mentioned earlier. The distinction between the therapy and the vampire is, I think, one of the game's in my opinion, weaknesses, or rather things that and I understand it's difficult, but I don't think it's personally, I don't feel it was sufficiently or satisfactorily overcome, was that distinction. It really did, when I was playing the game, felt as though I'm playing the therapist, and then, okay, now there's the break for the vampire, and now we come back to the therapist. Rarely does it feel like vampire therapist. And the reason I think that's the case, but also that I wouldn't change it, is frankly because a lot of the problems that they try to contextualize in a vampire sense, the like living for thousands of years, ends up being very human mortal experiences of the world. It's inevitable that it's written that way because at the end of the day, cognitive behavioral therapy is what is used on humans, and we understand therapy and life and, you know, things in relation to that humanity that we share, the shared humanity. And that is really difficult to reconcile with the fact that the game tries to make it a fantasy of a vampire therapist. So what I'm trying to say is, like, the vampire aspects of the game feel rather shallow for that reason. But again, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing or a thing I would change, because frankly, I think if you wrote the characters like they were actually all, I don't want to say like they're vampires, because they are written kind of like that, but there's a bit of it, because it seems like they're taken out of time periods. But you don't feel the age, maybe what I'll say. Maybe except for someone like Andromachos. All the other characters that you don't, when they say they're 200-300 years old, they don't sound like they're 200-300 years old. You know? Not in their like voice acting, but I mean like in their struggles. They seem to be very relatable human struggles. And it seems as though there's not much wisdom in most, if not all of them, that you would come to expect from an immortal being. And that's fine, because that's the part of what makes this game such an experience that you connect with, is because of how human it is. Even though it's called Vampire Therapist. There's an inevitable clash between wanting to make the game fictional and, you know, not be based on real, and like, you know, fun and interesting and like just, wow, vampires, cool. I love the aesthetic of it, to not clash with the human elements of it, which are very important for a game centered around therapy, right? In many ways, I think there's no better way to do what it tried to do, or at least in those aspects. There's no better way to do the vampire therapist, but partially because vampire therapist becomes therapist with vampire packaging rather than a, you know, vampire and therapist. Does that make any sense? And one more thing, I guess, is like, for me personally, the vampire bits, because it's not what I came for, it's not what I was interested in, it's not why I played the game in the first place. When it's time to ease off the tension and try, you know, give the audience or give the player a moment to relax, a moment to go, okay, yeah, I'm gonna like, this is the point where I can say, okay, I'm done with like the heavy therapy stuff. I can relax now and bite some necks. Because for me, it's not that relaxing, because I'm not as horny as any of the characters in the game. Like I don't, frankly, I am not nearly as indulgent into sexuality as a lot of the characters in the game. And that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just when you treat that as the way for the player to relax from the game, it's a bit jarring for someone like me, because I'm just like, oh, okay, now we got to deal with the bit that I'm also like, I wasn't really here for. I kind of want to just skip all this and get back to the therapy myself. There's nothing wrong with it. It's, again, this is just me. This is just my experience playing the game. And I think I'm probably in the minority. I think most people who pick up a game called Vampire Therapist are probably really into the vampires and probably really, really turned on by the whole like atmosphere of what it's of that, right? But maybe I'm like Sam in that regard, where I'm like, oh, okay, we're being a bit promiscuous today, huh? Like that's probably me. Like I'm probably Sam. those are the main things that have been consistent themes and through lines throughout my gameplay experience with Vampire Therapist. I've talked about the dialogue, the fantastic dialoguing and writing that's come from that. Talked about the great voice acting already. There's not much to say other than it's phenomenal. Like it's superb. But I was horny as the characters and I love vampires and I was still not very interested in like I just don't know why. It just felt like off to me. It felt like, I don't know, like I just didn't want to see it in the same like packaging. I was just like, just don't, maybe imply it off screen, that's fine, whatever. But if it's on screen, I'm kind of like, all right, can I just get back to the therapy, because it's kind of what I wanted to play the game for. Because the sexual dialogue and writing is not that interesting. It's kind of just like, hey, you want to bite my neck in the kink room? Okay. And then it's just, that's it, right? And again, the voice acting is superb, so it carries the scenes and all that. But it's not something I'm personally interested in playing. Frankly, I'm like, I just want to get back to the therapy, please. The humor is sometimes funny and sometimes it's not. I don't have much to say beyond I jived with about half of the comedic humorous elements of the game. This is just my personal sense of humor. I don't know. I just don't think it's for me. Maybe it's also just not for people in general, or like people don't also kind of feel like it's a bit jarring considering the context of the game. I just feel like those are elements of the game that didn't really mesh well together. It felt like different parts of it. It felt like I was playing different games meshed together. Okay, let's see. Let's talk about the gameplay of Vampire Therapist. The gameplay consists of you being the vampire therapist, Sam, and you engage with your clients in cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. I do appreciate the accuracy, or I think the accuracy, or the well-researched approach that this game has with its therapy, with the conversations that you have with the clients. I think it's done very well, and the gameplay is also, you know, it doesn't distract you from it, or at least it tries not to. I think the gameplay tries not to distract you from the dialogue and the writing of the game, because it just involves, okay, pick your cognitive distortions to go into a therapy session with, and then when certain bits happen, you are prompted to click on cognitive distortions you have identified that are part of your, repertoire. And while I think that's fine as a gameplay element, after having played the entire game, I just feel as though I would rather not have any of the gameplay at all. I think I would have enjoyed it more if you just ditched the whole identify the cognitive behavioral therapy distortions as a gameplay, as a thing you click the buttons for. Like, I would rather it just be sort of a self-initiated, oh, I'm looking at this now as the audience, and I think it's this, and then you click on, and then Sam goes, well, that's a lot of labeling you're doing, and then you go, oh yes, it was, I got it correct, yes, or no, it wasn't. I feel like that, although they tried their best not to, because there's no negative like consequences for missing a cognitive identification, it just, to me, slows down the gameplay, the pace of the story that I'm consuming. Because at the end of the day, I can't, like, parts of me wants to correctly identify the therapy, and parts of me wants to just hear the story and hear the dialogue and hear the conversation play out. I think maybe a solution to that could just be for there to be an option to just turn it on or off, turn the gameplay on or off. And I know that sounds fucked up for a video game, for there to be a setting that says turn the gameplay off, but what I mean is just mold it back into the visual novel element of that which the game is. Like, I certainly wouldn't feel bad not being given any choices in a visual novel and just reading it like it's a visual novel. And in the same way, for example, I don't mind when in Class of 09, I don't make any real meaningful choices. I'm kind of just going down paths, or if not, I'm just like clicking through one of them. And it really wasn't the worst thing about the new game. There's a lot of other worse things about the new game. About Flipside. Fuck, I hate having to bring that game up every fucking time, but it's a relevant time to bring it up, right? I wasn't upset with Flipside because there were not enough choices. I was upset with Flipside because the writing is, because it's a visual novel. That's what the game is. And the writing, which is the main point of a visual novel, is not just dog shit. It's not just terrible. It straight up is spitting on the face of like the previous games that have come before it. That's why I feel so strongly about it. That's why I hate it. But if I played, for example, Vampire Therapist without choices, I would have been okay. VN Without Choices is a kinetic novel. Okay, well, you're not making choices either in this entirety of Vampire Therapist. You are clicking on the right. You're right. Again, I'm not arguing with you. It's just more like I'm establishing my point. You're not actually making any choices. You are just identifying the correct distortions, and if you don't get the right one, Andromahos kind of like slides in and he goes, "Samuel, I don't think that is the right choice I should make. Please bear in mind that Edmund is actually experiencing something else." And then you go, "Oh fuck, okay, let me click on, well darn tootin', let me click on the other option." Then you click on another option, and then Andromahos slides in again and goes, "I'm afraid, dear Sam, that Edmund Keane may be an actor of his own kind, and he must actually be and then he says some shit, and then he slides away again, and then you like eventually you click on the right answer, and then Sam goes like, "That's a lot of labeling you're doing here, cowboy. We gotta step that down a bit." You know, like that's the gameplay. That's you're not making a choice. Like it doesn't like that can be skipped. What I'm trying to say is that can be skipped without impeding on like your experience with the game. Okay. Hello Striker, you came in just in time for me talking about Vampire Therapist, which I finally finished, by the way. I finally finished the fucking game after 4 months of not having touched it. Darn tootin', you got cognitive distortions. Exactly, that's like the whole game. That's the whole game. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like I'm making fun of it like as like not because I think it's bad. I'm making fun of it because it's just funny that he's got a cowboy. That's it. That's it, right? But yeah, like that, the gameplay can be just ignored. I think it can be thrown away not thrown away, but I think it can be disabled without compromising on the game, the experience itself, in my opinion, and in some cases might even like, you know, allow for it to be smoother. Just don't think the therapist part was used to its complete potential because I expected more from the psychology of the characters. Yeah, like there are interesting... So I don't know how much of Vampire Therapist you've watched. Have you watched all of the Vampire Therapists? Because there's quite a bit. This ending section here was not that interesting of an exploration because all the characters have kind of... They've moved past the greatest hurdles in these sessions. So this is sort of a last hurrah, a last kind of lap more than it's like most of it. Then yeah, okay, then in that case, yeah, like then you probably do have like, you know, a fair amount of, you know, exposure to the highs and lows of the characters. I think they're really good. I personally don't think I expected more from the psychology of the characters, but that's partly because I was thinking and evaluating the game. I was thinking of and evaluating the game under the assumption that it is a straightforward visual novel that I'm kind of just left clicking through. Like, I don't actually have any agency in this game. I'm sort of just watching the story play out in front of me. And the fact that they have to balance 4 characters with each other and make it so that it's not too long. And for it to be entertaining as a video game. Again, while also trying not to make light of any of the issues they go through, trying to humanize them as much as possible and to portray these issues as realistically as possible, has probably limited the amount of what they could do with the characters. I personally came in with that expectation in mind, and I don't think I was like bothered by it personally. But I don't know if I would say the therapist part wasn't used to its complete potential. I just would say that the therapist bits of this game are like a good introduction maybe to it. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's bad. I don't think the therapist bits are shallow at all. I think they're pretty well developed. But I wouldn't say it's like remarkable in that like I have never seen a character's psychology like this. I guess, you know, part of that has to be like you're bearing in mind that there's only a certain amount of time available, like screen time available for these characters, and you have to juggle like 4 of them along with some other side characters, and you know, Sam himself and all those other things. Whereas like, you know, maybe for a long-running multi-seasonal TV show, you could have a deeper exploration of a character's psyche, a character's interesting psychology, because you just have more time with them. You have more time to breathe with the characters. Whereas here, there's not a lot of that time. But again, also, that isn't that kind of part of what the therapist experience is like? At least that's my interpretation of it. Anyways, I think the gameplay could have been removed, and if that were an option, I would have taken it. I think the gameplay itself wasn't like damning enough to, you know, ruin my experience with the game at all. Definitely not. But it definitely at times felt like a thing that was in the way. It felt like an unnecessary point of friction. And not a necessary point of friction. The necessary points of friction are when the characters are being fucking difficult and they're like, you feel like you're making progress, and then it's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back, they regress, and then they flip out, and then they like, you know, almost attack you in your office. That is friction that's meaningful. Like, that friction makes sense. That's all like, yeah, I can imagine this happening in a therapy session. It makes sense. It's good. But it's just, at least for me, not something Art wall is different. Yeah. Art wall is different because I realize there's been too much fan art recently. I'm suffering from success. There's too much fan art. I've decided now, and if I wanted to fit them all on the wall, it would all be way too small. So I thought, okay, I'm just gonna have a scrolling one instead. What else? I feel as though there were a few moments, and partially because, you know, I feel like I just happened to relate to it quite heavily, a lot of the characters in the game, not in a current state, but in a past state, as in like, I saw a lot of problems the characters had that made me go, oh yeah, I remember I used to feel that way about certain things, but I don't now, obviously. So how do I connect with this person and you know, bring them into this perspective I have now to see if they're receptive to it, right? Was a good challenge. And oftentimes, unfortunately, I would relate to the client a lot more than Sam, because, you know, I don't know, I just can't really relate to Sam's character, but that's fine, right? It's not for me. To the point where sometimes, like, Sam would say something and it makes sense, and the character will go like, yes, perhaps I shall meditate on this, but then I myself would have said it a different way. For example, with, you know, how you reconcile a view of, like, you know, the world in a philosophical lens, for example, for a character like Isabella D'Este, is not what Sam said is not what I would have said. I don't disagree with what Sam said. It's just that that when Sam says stuff from his perspective and it helps, sometimes I think that would really help. But what if I said my thing instead? And then there's a bit of, like, you know, a gap there, I suppose. It can't be helped that, you know, one character's assigned, like, it's just an extreme nerd who has repressed his own sexual desires and whatever, and as a result of that has, you know, has had many problems, among other things, I suppose. Another is a character who is extremely uppity and high and mighty and very much a gatekeeper of the high arts and is like, no, Star Wars is shit, I hate it. There's a character who's an actor who loves being on the stage and craves nothing more than the validation of his audience. And finally, there's a Twitch streamer. You can see how, like, through all these clients, I was like, I feel like they're all kind of calling me out a little bit. Once games with ChatGPT so you can type a paragraph and get an answer. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Not at all. No. That's not true. It's not. I don't want that. I don't want that. So that was like a sort of vulnerable, but also very pleasant surprise that the game was able to capture parts of my psyche that I had previously resolved and went, oh, wow, shit. Oh, yeah. I did used to think that I was better than everyone else. Twitch streamer's the hot one who wanted her viewers to grovel to her, right? They're all hot. I don't know what you're saying. I'm kidding. But yeah, she's where am I? She's the one who showed up in cosplay towards the end. She's the one, yeah. Well, she's the one who talks about her viewers. There's only one streamer. There's only one like Twitch streamer. She's the one with the with the homophobia in her eyes. You know the one. Oh, heterochromia, but you know, homophobia. That's what she has in her eyes. And in many ways, I didn't feel like it was unsatisfactory, the resolution
it's like
of their
looking
arcs.
in a mirror, a sexy vampiric mirror.
I guess a little bit, yeah. But not exactly like a mirror, because it's kind of like I relate to some of this, and then they'll say some shit. I'll be like, that's insane. Never mind. I don't think that at all. It could never. But of course, you know, like that's because these are different video game characters and not me. That said, it allowed me very much to connect with my clients, which I appreciated. I didn't expect that from a game called Vampire Therapist, I suppose. I didn't expect to feel kind of seen a little bit. Like, not even. I expected to not be seen at all. But I guess there was a little part of it. I was like, oh yeah, I guess I can relate to this. Perhaps that's just because I relate to the author or the writer of the game, Charis Euphranor, I think is his name. Because he's probably writing a lot of this from, like, you know, or some of this at least from personal experience, I would gather. I don't know. Yeah, none of the resolution of the arcs felt unearned. It all felt very justified. It all felt like I had to fucking go through a lot to deal with this. Partially because I was really invested in this, like, in immersing myself as the therapist and these people as my clients and, like, as people I wanted to see genuinely improve and become better. That when they do take those steps back, I don't think, oh, it's a necessary part of this story arc for them to do that. I think, fuck, he's slipping back. Just when we had something good going. Like, that's how I feel. And that's good. I think you're supposed to feel that. I want to say that although all the characters are well written, a lot of the nuances that could have been more interesting to explore didn't quite, like, we didn't quite dive into it as much as we could. But I like, this is a very small complaint I have. It's not really a complaint, honestly. It's a small thing with, like, oh, I don't know if I wish I could have seen more of this. I wish I could have seen this character react to a situation this way. Very small things that at the end of the day, I understand the writer and of the game and the creator of the game has to balance with like screen time, has to balance with pacing of the story and everything. So not much from me there. Like I don't feel very strongly about this opinion really. Beyond just, oh, some characters I feel like could have deserved a little bit more nuance, but that's about it. What about the ending? Let's think. The ending was somewhat well and good. It was not like a, okay, we have fixed everyone, so my job here is done. It's more like a reason for Sam to leave that is a very believable, like IRL circumstance reason of, well, I'm moving away, so I can't do this anymore. You could certainly do it through video call, and some clients will say yes, and some clients will say no. That's fine. That's all good. That's a very realistic, like sort of quote unquote ending to a therapy session game that you could think of. Let's talk about the plot twist towards the end, the surprise twist that I didn't really see coming, but I guess it made sense. That Andromachos was all this time as our mentor and as our, you know, guiding therapist, also a bit suicidal. He was a bit remorseful of the terrible shit he'd done, and this has been talked about before, throughout the game. But towards the end, it does kind of feel like a bit like it's coming out of left field when he's like, I'm gonna kill myself now because, you know, I've done too much in this world, and like it's unnatural that an immortal being exists, and I should, you know, embrace death. And it's one thing to embrace death as a mortal, which is why I thought the game had an interesting area to explore that I don't know how to feel about yet, because I feel very strongly about this from a mortal perspective, but from an immortal point of view, like I wasn't sure how I felt about it. From the mortal perspective, I've already said my thoughts about suicide, I suppose, but maybe to just rehash what was going through my mind at the time when I saw the situation with Andromachos was, I guess perhaps very close to what ends up being the solution, quote unquote, or at least the ending, where you as Sam extend your compassion to him and say, hey, look, I understand things are difficult, and there's nothing I can't reason my way to you. Like I can't argue with you and say you're wrong or whatever. Like your feelings are valid and legitimate, and I understand that it must suck because of these circumstances. But what I can offer you is a compassion as someone outside of your world, hoping you can invite me in, and so we can face these struggles together rather than, you know, you leaving them. And the sort of assurance, or at least you're going to have to trust me, that things really can get better from now on. And I know that that's not what the game was dealing with, although the game suggests that it could be that we, you know, come to find out soon enough that it's just an excuse, it's just an argument like he's making. It's not really how he feels, like Andromachos. The whole like natural order of things. But it did get me thinking about like the ethics, or maybe not the ethics, but the dimensions of suicide or suicidal ideation as an immortal being, as a vampire. Like, are you allowed to die as an undead being? Should you be allowed to die? The answer probably feels kind of like yes, right? Whereas in the case of mortality, or like an immortal sense, I feel very strongly about you should not be disallowed to, you know, commit suicide. But I find that most, if not all, most scenarios where one would feel pushed towards that are scenarios that are due to the unfortunate misgivings that, you know, and the societal impact that's been had on that person. And I want to feel strong, and I feel very strongly about offering anyone like this, I suppose, another way out is a way to look at it. Because, you know, the way you look at the way one thinks about suicide is that is the only way out, right? Whereas if you are an immortal being who's lived thousands of years and you're kind of just content with dying, that seems very much like a different thing. AKA, or not AKA, but like to put it in another way, I don't think suicide should be treated the same way for a mortal and an immortal. And because of that, during the during the quandary towards the end with Andromachos, I felt a bit unsure, because a part of me did feel kind of like, well, if he dies, he dies. I think like we should not disallow him to do that if that's what he really wants. And he asserts that this is what I really want. I've thought this through. But clearly, I suppose, maybe clearly, or maybe in hindsight, we realize that he hasn't, or at least we realize that there's a part of him that is sort of escaping from his past sins, the unacceptable behavior and like impact he's had on this world, at least, and the guilt that's been ridden in him. And again, like the solution to that as Sam is you offer him your compassion, right? Usually suicide does come out of left field, which is totally fair. Yeah. So I'm not saying like that's bad at all. That's a great point. That's a great point to note for sure. I'm not saying it's weird that Andromachos' suicidal ideation comes out of left field and that's bad. I'm just pointing out that when that did happen, and because he was speaking sort of from an immortal standpoint, I felt a bit unsure of how I felt about the situation. If I were immortal, I'd want to learn everything I wanted to do and do a ton of different jobs. Read every book I've ever wanted, then die. Seems pretty chill. But are you gonna read every book ever? Because there's gonna be more books written over time. And there's gonna be more things to learn. They're gonna invent algorithms and like, you know, memes that you're gonna have to learn every week. There's a new meme every week to learn, right? There's always new jobs being created. There's always new shit. There's always new TV shows to watch. You know, like, at what point is it enough, right? And it's hard to think from an immortal standpoint because, you know, as far as we know, we're not. Anyways, like, I feel like I want to get where Andromachos is coming from, but I guess at that point he was just using argumentation to justify his feelings of remorse and regret.
But there hasn't been a new class of 09 in about a year.
Yes, there was. There was a pilot. There was an anime pilot. That counts. It was something. It counts because it was something I could make content out of and gain like a burst of subscribers and views again. And that shit came out like a few months ago, so we're good. Chatbox is indeed white. I'm still experimenting with stuff and trying to figure out how to make it look, you know, not too awful, but that's what it looks like right now to me. But I felt, yeah, like I guess maybe, yeah, I felt it felt a little cliche, but it made perfect sense the way that final sequence resolved as well. I do appreciate that you try to apply the CBT, the cognitive behavioral therapy, to him. You try to be like, that's a flaw in your reasoning. That's not how you feel. That's not how you think. And then like, it's a cognitive distortion. And then Andromachos going like, no, my friend, it's not a cognitive distortion. I have dealt with cognitive distortions for thousands of years. I would know what I'm talking about. You know, like it's like, and then you like you realize then that ultimately like the therapeutic experience of like, or the experience of therapy is not so much about identifying your flaws in reasoning or the missteps in your thought process, but more about just letting the other person know that you're there as another person. CBT, yes, I mean cognitive behavioral therapy. That's what I mean. And that's what therapy is about, right? It's about the compassion. It's about the reaching out, and it's good that is put on full, like that is, I guess, highlighted towards the end. I think it's a good bit. The natural drifting apart of the characters seemed to make sense to me too. It didn't feel forced. It didn't feel like, oh well, I guess everyone's leaving. It felt more like well, everyone's kind of got shit to do and things things to do and like places to be that might not be here, and that's okay. Especially if you're an immortal being, you can go wherever you want. Plus, the thing next entry in series I was looking for has been canceled, and I will not be worked on for the foreseeable future. You're probably not talking about Silksong, right? Because Silksong is coming out, so there's another reason not to kill yourself, I guess. Also, Hades 1.0, Hades 2 1.0. But yeah, I just. The ending was a little cliche, but not a big not a big deal. I feel like the writing, the inter-character writing was strong enough that was the main appeal for me anyways, that it didn't really matter where the overarching narrative was going. I didn't mind that. Yeah, that overall, like, I liked it. I liked the game. I thought the game was good. I thought the game was done very well. I don't think it was an easy thing to write. And a lot of my grievances, maybe small, very small grievances of the game, were not nearly enough to distract from my experience. The one thing I will say though that has perhaps inhibited not my enjoyment of the game, but my for lack of a better word, consumption of it, is the fact that the game, because it takes itself very seriously a lot of times and a lot in these therapy sessions, I feel very tired after maybe playing 2 hours of the game. Like, I'll play 9 hours of something else. I'll play 9 hours of something else. But Vampire Therapist is fucking tiring for me because I engage with it in a way that's like I'm dealing with a real person. I'm immersing myself fully in the scenario that's like, this is a real person talking about their feelings. And I have to really think about that. I have to really internalize, maybe not internalize, but I really have to pay attention to what they're saying and why they're saying it, and offer them help whenever I can. And because I take these things very serious, like, I'm not a therapist because I'm a philosophy major. I'd be very unqualified. But I suppose I don't mind sharing this bit, maybe. I know people who are, or at least I know people, yeah, I know people who are, and I know people who are, you know, training to become therapists. And we have a lot of conversations about therapy and about, like, you know, the structure of it and the way it works and how effective it is for people, and, like, you know, things such as that. And a lot of times, or if not every time, I guess, like, the takeaway for the conversations tends to be that people are super exhausting and therapy is not easy, but it is very necessary, or maybe not necessary, but it's a great tool to help to help people maybe balance themselves in life. But that, you know, this shit should be done very carefully and done by a professional. It's not just something you can do, for example, for a friend. Like, you can't just, and a lot of people do this, again, a lot of people do this who are unqualified, unprofessional people who don't understand, who can't set boundaries correctly and end up hurting themselves or burning themselves out. Maybe you might have had an experience with this. But you can't play therapy with your friends. Like, you cannot just, at least not so hastily, just sit down and start being your friend's therapist or your partner's therapist. Like, that shit is a paid profession for a reason. Just like how if you're, you know, if you're sick, you can't, if you're sick or your partner's sick or your friend's sick, like, you take them to a doctor. You don't just try to fucking fashion in together some herbs and call it, you know, call it your own medicine. Yeah, that shit ruins friendships. It does, yeah. And there's like, you know, clear boundaries that need to be set for this. That said, while I'm really good at not being the therapist or realizing, you know, I'm not in a therapist position to help anyone because I'm not a fucking therapist. And even if I was a licensed one, like, there's a difference between talking to a client and talking to a friend, right? There's only so much you can do for them. When I have to play therapist, when I have to, you know, play pretend and become a therapist for this video game, again, it's a fantasy, it's a bit of an escape, right? I don't realize how tiring it can be. And then when I do it, I guess part of me realizes why I didn't pursue the path of being a therapist. Like, it's very important work and it's very rewarding work, but I just don't think I'm made for it. I feel as though that's not for me, maybe, but I might change my mind. I don't know. We'll see. In the short term, at least, thanks to this game, I can see why it wouldn't be. Like, I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired. It doesn't feel like I'm playing a video game to relax. It feels like I'm playing like a job simulator, I guess. Like, I felt rewarded. I felt challenged. I felt engrossed. I felt engaged. I felt like immersed. I felt like it was a great video game, but I didn't feel relaxed at any point of the game. I was so stressed out because I was immersing myself in being the therapist. And that has consequences for you as a player, I think, of the video game. Again, who would have known that Vampire Therapist, who would have known that the therapy simulator was heavy just like therapy? I don't know if you're shift to Starbucks to play fast food sim. It is a bit like clocking into work. It's good work, but it is work. Like, it feels like work. And I think that's the intention of the game. And if so, like, you know, I think it's done very well. But myself, I'm not personally looking for this type of game. Or at least I underestimated how tiring this type of game would be. But that is what Vampire Therapist is, and that's kind of what I signed up for. But then, you know, if you make it too lighthearted, if you make it too, like, quote unquote easy, if you make it too vampire-y, if you make it too stressless and relaxed, then it doesn't get the point across at all. It would feel like it would feel cheap, and it would feel like, you know, unserious. The game kind of needs to be serious. Maybe that's a word of caution for people who want to buy this game or get into it, that's what you have to expect going into it. And if that's not what you want, then you shouldn't get into the game, I think. Or you should watch me play the game. That way I get more watch hours. Which doesn't translate into anything yet, because I still don't have 1,000 subscribers, which is when I'll unlock AdSense, where my watch hours will actually count for something. But doesn't hurt to start stacking those stats up, huh? All in all, very solid game. I don't think I would play it again. But it's not because I regretted my time with it.
If vampires did exist, do you think they would be open to therapy?
I think they'd be a lot more... I think their situations would be a lot more complicated than the situations present in this game. This game has situations that are relatively simple because they're based on human experiences. I feel like vampire experiences, if they really did, if they existed, would be very, very difficult. So much so that I don't think if there was such a thing as vampire therapy, it would look in my opinion, it would look very, very different from human therapy. And what we saw when we played the game was human therapy in vampire packaging, right? Which again is completely fine because, as I've said, that's the whole point. That's kind of like the message of the game. That's kind of like you're connecting to therapy. You kind of have to start from a human perspective because at the end of the day, it's being written by humans for humans. But I imagine if vampires that exist, that they would not be very open to therapy. I imagine they would be very like averse to having to open themselves up to things and like change behaviors in themselves. Or if they weren't, that they wouldn't need the therapy, in which case I don't know. Either they wouldn't need therapy, and if they did, I feel like they'd be a lot less open to it. If they were life-changing philosophers, I imagine they'd figure they would have already been present during the times of enlightenment and would need to listen to reiterated points. I disagree, because I think it's not so much about the philosophies, because there were a lot of the vampires that, or not a lot, a few of the vampires that lived in different times, and some of them during different periods of art and of philosophy. I think there is a good distinction and separation to be made between that. I don't think the perfect philosopher has solved all of their psychological, struggles, for example. Take one look at Friedrich Nietzsche. Or just, pretty much any philosopher. Like, a lot of them were not, like, a lot of them needed therapy. A lot of philosophers, very brilliant people, definitely would have benefited from having a therapist. Definitely so. So I have to disagree there, but only because, like, the points being made, or like rather the work being done in therapy, is not quite just reiterated simplicity. You can say that maybe you can derive some of the practices of CBT from, certain philosophical principles and ideas. You can certainly say that it's derived, but that process of derivation is not automatic. Like, it's not something that's just done by itself. Yeah, I think that's it. Don't think I have anything else to say about vampire therapists, honestly, other than what I've just said, the points I've just made. It was a good game, and I enjoyed it. It's been 17 hours of the game. There are more bits of the game that can be played. There are more chapters and stuff. I don't think I'll be playing them in the near future because it's really heavy. And I don't know if I have the capacity for it myself. But if you're looking for therapy simulator, those are my thoughts on it. Would I suggest getting it? I would suggest getting it if you know why you want to play it. So when I wanted to play it, part of the reason why I wanted to play it was because well, it's actually because of the voice acting, and because it looks like a game that took itself and the subject matter very seriously. And I was really here. I wanted to be here for that. And in some sense, I did feel I got what I wanted. But rather than having played a video game, it felt a bit like I sat through a series of lectures, maybe. Or maybe better than that, it felt, rather than having played a video game, like I just sat there and witnessed many, many difficult and arduous therapy sessions. It's a bit taxing on the soul, it really is. If I were a vampire, I would probably trauma dump to authors to give them inspiration. You're just gonna give them inspiration for free? You wouldn't even, like offer your trauma in exchange for, I don't know, for them to let you bite their neck or something? I don't know what the vampire instinct. If I were a vampire, it wouldn't even matter if I were a vampire. I'm not giving my trauma out for free. This shit is definitely gonna cost some money.
Atma be
Or
interview
blood.
with the vampire kind of life.
But yeah, that's how I feel about the game. Go for a nap. What year it is? Is it still the same one? I think. So 1965. Not much has changed. We're still living on rations every day. If I was a vampire, I would absolutely gaslight the shit out of everyone that I wasn't a vampire while making it exceedingly obvious that I was one. They defrosted Walt Disney Jr. last week. Now that's a vampire if I've ever seen one.
At Terradito, let's go.
Now we can all be ruled by Disney with an iron fist, properly this time. Love to be one. I don't know. I feel like I'd struggle a lot with the immortal aspect of a vampire or vampirism. Use my no aging thing for beauty influence money. Yeah, but like to some extent you kind of like what then, right? Because when you're immortal, you can just put your money in a bank and just accrue interest forever. Or like you could just do that. Like money's not an issue. So then what do you do? Well, I'm gonna go around and party and have sex and, you know, do all the debaucheries and all the indulgences. Okay, well then what? What do you do after that? I don't know. I feel like I might step into the sun. Not immediately. I don't know. Realistically, what would happen is I wouldn't be able to keep the secret with myself if I were a vampire. If I were the only vampire in the world, eventually someone would know. Eventually a government would know, and they would want to do experiments on me, and then I would have to kill myself before they kill me. Eventually, right? Or after it's a race for me to publicize myself before I get captured by the federal agents, etc., etc.
It'd be chill. You go find vampire friends and vamp it up.
So if I were vampires with other vampires, that's what I would do, yeah. And I would be a lot less likely to kill myself if there were other vampires too. I don't know though. It's a bit of a scary thought. Why wouldn't you just sign more vampires? I forgot you could do that, yeah, sorry. I forgot I could do that. I forgot I could just be like, just make more. But would they be vampire spawn? Like as in, would they be enslaved under me, kind of like Baldur's Gate logic?
I wouldn't like vampire immortality. The sun and sky is an important part of my plan of being a rock for some months.
Fair enough. I can see that. The sun is nice. Get a vampire kingdom, be king of vampires. And then what? Well, I don't want that responsibility, I think. Would you be open with the fact that you're a vampire or be closeted? I would try to closet myself. If I were the only one, I would not be able to hold that secret for long. If I were among a community of vampires, I could probably hold the secret. But if not, I would just start telling people. Like, hey, I've got like a condition. I can't go out in the sun. I know it's weird. Garlic is no good either. I'm really allergic to Christianity. Don't pray for me, please. I would make sure all of the Alvin and Chipmunks remakes are to my liking.
Real shit right there.
I think the intention to create vampire spawn, intention to create full-fledged vampires would have to be different. Okay. Then I would, yeah, I guess I would just make vampires. I would probably just... No, would I? Would I do that? I don't know. It's a lot of power. would I just essentially grant someone immortality? I don't think I could. Not, you know, the process of, you know, the biting of the neck. That's like whatever to me. But it's like the gravity of creating an immortal being from a mortal one is quite heavy, isn't it? Like, that's a huge responsibility. You are granting eternal life to someone. Like, that is like, you couldn't just give that to anyone. And how public would you be with that? Should that be extremely publicized? Or should it be something very secret? And if it's something very secret, how do you arrange all... There's a lot of complications with that, wouldn't there be? Exactly, how would you discern who deserves it? How could anyone really understand and accept being immortal? If I were to someday accidentally turn into one, I don't know if I would be able to. If I were offered vampiric immortality, I would probably consider it when I was older in age. Especially not someone I don't want to spend the rest of eternity with. Exactly. Exactly. But it's probably, you're probably gonna be offering it to someone you do want to spend eternity with, right? In which case also, like, eternity is a long fucking time. I don't know if I would want to be a vampire, would I? Fully public? Already got that rich guy trying to live forever and using his son's blood for stuff. Yeah, but like, he's just fucking weird, I guess. Maybe I think he's weird, I don't know. But if you're like a vampire, the government will want to experiment on you. They will. A government will want to do that. Like, anywhere in the world, nowhere are you safe. Someone out there is gonna want to take advantage of the special properties that your being might have and do research on that. Elon will. I don't know if he's smart enough to do it, but he would certainly order someone to do it. If I wake up, I'm gonna go, yo, is anyone else like me, please? I need camaraderie. And that's how they get you. That's how the federal agents get you. You'd have to be discreet. You'd have to like send out like, you'd have to like, there's a new like conspiracy then. There's like a vampire dog whistle. You have to do like in forums or something. Truthfully, I like the sound a little too much. Well, life is the worst candidate for becoming a vampire in your opinion. Who would abuse the shit out of being a vampire the most? I don't really think that there's like one person who's like the worst person to be one. I think a lot of people are bad people. And if given the option to do worse things, they will. It's just that a lot of times I think the evil that's been displayed and exhibited is limited not by their malice, but by their competence, I suppose. And you give them a lot more leeway for competence if you give them immortality. Let's ask on the dark web. That's not how it works. It's not how that works. I don't know. I think immortality is something I can bear with. Or rather, I want to think that until I think about like the people I leave behind. And then I feel like I don't know if I want immortality anymore. Like watching all your close friends and family grow old and die and you're just still kind of there. That's not something I have been able to reconcile with yet, or like an abstract concept I've been able to. Like, I want to age. I want to, like, I know I'm 60 already, but I want to continue aging. I want to experience those different parts of life. But I also don't know if I want to die because, you know, I'm only 60 years young. I feel like I've got a lot of life ahead of me. That if it was between death and immortality, so I had to die like right now, I would most certainly pick immortality, I think. Especially if it's, you know, one where you can kill yourself. Theoretically, and end your own life. You are immortal but not invincible. But Every time I see it, my art, it reminds me that I drew Chairman's neck too long and haunts me. I mean, you could just draw another one. I can take it down if you'd like. If you don't feel comfortable having it on the wall, I can take it down.
If you could choose a specific age for you to get turned into a vampire and stay forever, as what would you choose?
Fuck. It's a really good question. I'd have to... Okay, I gotta drop. I'm sorry, I have to drop the kayfabe for a little bit. I have to drop it for a little bit to answer the question honestly. Because it's a really good question, and there's just no way I can answer this otherwise. I think I have to live more life to know. Because I don't know if I'm in the prime of my life right now, okay? Like, I don't know. It could be in like 10, 20 years that, you know, is when I'm truly in the prime of my life. Because if it is specific age that get turned into a vampire and I stay that way, meaning I retain all my knowledge and wisdom, etc., then probably a younger age where I'm active and fit, right? So maybe like the 20s, 30s, something like that. But I don't know. I feel like I have to actually go through that first. Honestly, maybe right now. 25 means my brain's a little more cooked, but I'm trying not to move around. Yeah, I think it's like it has to come with a...
There is no in between.
Like a physical prime, right? You want to look at Dilf or do you want to look at Footboy? I want to look inconspicuous, okay? That's what I want to look. I don't want to look like anything. If I look like something, someone's going to be suspicious. I don't want anyone suspicious. I don't want to look like anything. I want to blend into a crowd. I want to be unnoticeable. Okay, that's what I want. I don't care for vanities and I don't care for standing out. I don't need that. I want to just be part of the humans. Trying to get carded just a little less frequently. I think it's probably... Honestly, do I want to live... Do I want to be immortal at an age where I still get carded? Let me think. Kind of. I don't know. I like being young. There's like such a good... Okay, but if you're a vampire, can you just choose what age you'd be? That'd be the perfect solution to this. I know it's a cop-out, but like, you know, can I just be 20 something and then through my vampirism also appear to be 60 another time? Can I just change my appearance at will? I feel like that should be possible, right? If an older person became a vampire, wouldn't they regain their strength to become spry? Yeah, I guess so. It's like, I guess maybe what age you think you look the best. Maybe it's not physical, the prime of your physicality, but more that's the prime of your like beauty, maybe. In which case, I don't think I'm in the prime of my beauty right now. And I don't think I've experienced the prime yet. Like, I feel like I could look a lot better later down the line. He's looked the best like 4 years ago? I doubt that. I just doubt that. Not like saying you were ugly 4 years ago, but like, I mean, like, you'll like, there's a lot ahead, you know, I guess. You get shape-shifting abilities? I don't know. I feel like you should, right? I want to. I would really appreciate that. I really would. I would really appreciate it. Dude, I hated myself when I was 18. That's not true, actually. No, that's true. I did not like the way... I look a lot better now than when I looked 18. Or than when I was 18, not when I looked 18. Going into this with the idea that I'll look better as a vampire but still be at this age body. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't like... I'm not too pressed about what that would be. Like, I'm not too pressed about when I... Like, if it's 25, 30, 35. Maybe I have that privilege as a dude. I don't know. But I certainly think there are advantages and disadvantages to the age brackets that... wouldn't matter too much for me. think it looks roughly the same as I did in 18, maybe just a bit more baby faced. I looked so different from when I was 18. Like again, I've had 42 years to age since then, so like it makes sense that I would look different, but I definitely looked a lot worse when I turned 18. Like when I was 18, I thought I looked decent. Now looking back, I'm like, no, I did not. Now I'm starting to become a little more acceptable. But it's stuff we can work on, isn't it? Guess we'll wait till at least 25 when according to some folks' brain is fully formed. Yeah, I mean, what's the harm in waiting a little bit, right? Like when you're a vampire, can anyone tell if you're 20 or 25 or 30? Like, why would it matter? Nothing a good skincare routine couldn't fix if that was necessary if you're under vampiricism, but I don't think it would be. I don't know if I'd care if my brain was fully formed before I became immortal, but I sure hope it cures ADHD. I hope it cures my like short-sightedness, my nearsightedness. I hate having to put on glasses every like morning to see the world in like at least 1080p, because otherwise it's like I take them off and I take them off and the universe is in 360p here. It's just like my live streams. Maybe 18, 19 because my brain would be more elastic. I wonder how that works, because your brain wouldn't grow, or maybe the brain wouldn't age, but then you would still retain things and be able to learn more. Would there then be like a limit to how much you could learn if your physical form stayed the same?
I think being a vampire now would be fine. Make next year since I'll be 21. I'd rather be able to drink if I'm a vampire.
Drinking would be, yeah, something desirable. Also, don't, unless you're very comfortable with it, tell everyone in the world how old you are right now, guys, please. I know it's a YouTube live stream, but you know, whatever. I want to hear accepting the fate of being a middle-aged vampire. I mean, like, I could do, like, if I were middle-aged, and I'm old now, but if I were back then when I was middle-aged and I had to, like, if I was given the choice, I had to turn then, it was either that or death, I guess I would turn then, and I wouldn't be too pressed. And I wouldn't be too pressed about it. I wouldn't be like, oh man, I'm middle-aged, that sucks. Again, I think maybe that's like a privilege I have, because I'm like, I'm not concerned with this. Well done, I don't care. I know, just a friendly reminder for everyone else. That's what I'm saying. Anyways. I don't know, like the question of immortality is such an interesting one, because I want to say that I would definitely take it, but then it's very conditional on whether or not I get to choose to end it, or whether or not I'd be trapped as an eternal being with no mouth who has to scream anyways. It could be a bit terrifying. I just want to look like Dracula from Castlevania. I wouldn't want to look like anyone from Castlevania. That's what I would, yeah. That would be fucking great. That would be. If I were a vampire, what would I do? I'd probably just do what the hell I'm doing now, I guess. Except I would have to change locations maybe every 10 years, every 5 years, and just cut contact with everyone, because then it's like it would be suspicious that I didn't look like I was aging, I guess. I want to be a Twilight vampire where I'm just more gorgeous and can walk in the sun. Then you're not engaging with the question. You're saying I want to be a more gorgeous version of myself with no drawback, which in this case, like, same. Yeah, me too, man. Do VTuber in channel 2? No, you won't know. Like, you don't know. I'm 60 and I look like this. What makes you think I'm not a vampire right now? The fact that I'm broke, probably. That's what. Because if you were a vampire, you probably would have many ways of making money to leverage your immortality. The fact that I'm broke is probably the dead giveaway that I'm not a vampire, but hey, isn't my youth aren't my youthful looks a bit suspicious, aren't they? Because I'm 60 years old, but I look very young. It's interesting, isn't it? Be a vampire until it gets boring, then I walk into the sun. I don't know, I'm thinking about it.
You have to change your model every few years to not be suspicious.
Like the model is just aging with me. That would be weird. Drawbacks are that you can't have kids, age, or eat actual food, so those are pretty big drawbacks. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. There's, I guess, yeah, those are definitely pretty big drawbacks as well. Because those things are nice, and those things are part of the human experience that I don't want to give up, right? Honestly, I'm looking at myself now. I do kind of look vampiric. I look a little vampiric. Dorian Gray VTuber. Is that a thing? I want to look that up. I just want to Google that. No, it's not. Unfortunately. It's not really a thing. Yep. I just see generic male VTuber models when I Google it. And also, you know, I'm presenting ones. And there's also a wolf PNG tuber when I Google Dorian Gray VTuber model. I don't know why that's there. I don't know why. Every time Charis Euphranor has to load into the thing, my the screen just, the background just lags for a moment and then it just pops in. I don't know why it's just that picture. Maybe it's because there's a lot to render because it's so detailed, but I don't know. I know there's a My Chan's Daily Life feature. What does that? What the fuck is that? What does that mean? Where? Oh, yeah, there is. There is. There is. Fascinating. Where's the link? Watch on YouTube. Okay, yep, sorry. sorry, I clicked on to do a thing. I didn't. He's got 5,000 subscribers, man. What's she doing now? Oh, she's not really. Oh no, she is streaming. I was gonna say she's not streaming anymore. She is streaming. She's streaming Mahjong Soul. Or whatever. That's a Mahjong game. Okay. Interesting. A couple hundred views here and there. Nice.
Huh.
It's a gore manga. Oh! Oh. I see. Right, them drawings are usually 6,000 by 6K by 6K.
I actually can't believe you've never heard of it, LOL.
I've not. I don't know what that is. I don't like gore. I don't particularly like. It's Edo Gudo. Okay, yep. Try making it smaller. I'll figure it out. Yeah. There's a whole subsection of VTubers for gore? Huh. Next he's gonna say he's never heard of Metamorphosis. Oh, that I know. I know of Metamorphosis. I know that. I know that. Because it's like a big, like... It's kind of... It's like a funny... It's like a... It was funny 10 years ago meme that... It's like a... It's a joke that was maybe funny 10 years ago that till this day people are still making. And I have to look at that and go like, yeah, okay. It's like, you know... Can we move on to something new now? Please? I was in his trenches. Like, okay, I don't know about trenches, but like, I do. I've got.
Oh, so he knows what Metamorphosis, but not the Iroguro manga. I see how it is.
Yeah, because I've never been quoted like, "Hey, you should read this Iroguro manga," because I'm like, I don't like Guro at all. Not that I like What the fuck is it again? I gotta look it up. Did anyone watch Boku no Pico? Yeah. I've gotten the Boku no Pico comments or like the suggestions because it's like, you know, Boku no Hero Academia. Yeah, it's like the same thing. Googled it like one time and then that's literally all it took for me to be like, okay, I get the joke now. Okay, haha. Everyone in 2012. It's exactly like everyone in 2012. Yes, like it's hard not to have heard of it. I know there's a Josuke Higashikata ending for the Metamorphosis manga. Anyone ever told you to watch School Live? Yes. Unironically very good. I have not watched it, so I can't confirm for that. I haven't told that to. Like, it's just like a bunch of like shit that's like, hey, watch this thing, and then the joke is like, it's really fucked up. Ha 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 ha. And it's like, you know, the joke wears itself out after a certain point of like, watch this thing, but actually it's fucked up. Just watch episode 1. What, like I did Oshinoko? Cool.
We just recommending anime now. LOL.
I guess that's what we're doing. No, that's not. I'm ending stream soon. I'm gonna end stream.
Mother's Basement did an analysis on the op changes over the course of the season, and it's such a good video.
Okay, interesting. I do like Jeff Mother's Basement. I do think he cooks a lot.
Man, I don't watch any recent anime anymore. I've watched like 2 anime from this decade.
I haven't watched anime in a while too, so I need to watch Orb. I was supposed to watch Orb with some of my friends, but we haven't made the time yet. Mostly it's mostly my fault because I go like I could do this time and then I like stream anyways.
_chair heart : _chair heart.
I know. It's on a watch list. I know. It's on my watch list. Yes. Serial Experiment Lane. Is that the one where it's like the preventing crimes before they happen? Is the theme of the show like where they're cops and they're supposed to like arrest people before they commit those crimes, but they have like a detector that knows that they will commit the crimes? If that's the one, then yes, I've been told 10,000 times to watch it. What do you think of Higurashi? You whippersnappers keep making me Google things. Okay, let's see.
I think he would really like that actually, if he's into psychological slow stuff.
Oh, that's Psychopaths. Never mind then. What is it again? Sorry. What is it? What is it again? I'm losing track. Oh. Oh. Falls Lane Iwakura, an adolescent girl in suburban Japan in relation to The Wired, a global communication network similar to the internet. Should I play the game instead? Because if I play the game, I can like stream it. Haruhi Suzumiya? I just know the Suzumiya dance. I just know that there's a Haruhi Suzumiya dance that there was like a bunch of was it like prison inmates that did the dance, and it was so well coordinated and choreographed. Is this Haruhi Suzumiya? I think it was. Play Higurashi, please. It's fucking long. It's long. I can't just play it. It's like 20,000 hours. It's 4 volumes, but I'll do it in the future, okay? I'll fucking bookmark it. God damn it. I guess you're making me bookmark stuff. I should put like shit in a list. Ugh. I have too many things that are not in a list. I should put that stuff in a list. Please. Okay. You really want to break this poor old man with Higurashi? I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what that means. I don't like the implication of that. Murder mystery doujin soft visual novel. It's a sound novel, a variation of visual novel with a focus on sound and atmosphere. The story is conveyed via narration and dialogue presented in on-screen text during its scenes, during which characters are displayed as static two-dimensional sprite images. Versions ported to home consoles additionally feature voice acting provided by professional Japanese voice actors. Narrative is divided into chapters, each of which covers a separate story arc, which becomes accessible in a sequence strictly established by the developers. The narration is conducted on behalf of various characters. After reading a certain amount of text within a chapter, playback ends. At this point, the user is invited to save their progress as well as read tips that reveal details of the story settings that were not present in the main narrative. The tips may also encourage the audience to deduce the reasoning behind the narrative's mysterious events. There are question arcs and answer arcs. Question arcs are self-contained stories taking place in an alternate reality, while each answer arc is based on the same scenario as a certain question arc, is intended to help the audience formulate a more accurate vision of the events of the pertaining question arc. Each chapter is assigned a difficulty rating, indicating the complexity of the mystery. After completing a chapter, all previously open tips and images of individual scenes in the form of a gallery become available to the user from the main menu. In addition, the user can access a feature entitled the Staff Room, which writer Ryukishi07 discusses and examines the chapter, or the all-cast review session in which the characters break the fourth wall and debate about the events of the chapter. That's super interesting stuff. How fucked up is it? Like, can I stream it? It's a horror novel. Well, I got fucking... I don't want... Can I just have a nice visual novel where everyone's happy? That's it. And we explore interesting philosophical concepts, but from the safety of our seats and comfort? No?
It leans more on the slice of life with horror elements.
The fuck? What the hell? God damn it. Higurashi stream followed by watching Babe Reset series videos. No, I don't like, you know, just maybe that's how you'll get me to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. By playing Higurashi. No, I would just get really paranoid, I think, actually. Been 4 hours, game was less than 1. No, the game was about like an hour and a half long, I think. I did spend a lot of time yapping though. Subway Surfers TikTok. I don't think that would help me. I think that would just jump scare me. Please do that now.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure is so wholesome and cute. Sad face, don't be paranoid.
I would be. That's not like, you know, it's something I don't want to, like something I've chosen to do. It's just like, I feel as, like I think I would do that. I think I would be paranoid. Out of, not because I want to be paranoid, but because I would be I'd be kind of fucked up by like horror visual novels. Because I get really invested in the characters. And I'm not very good with horror, as you can tell. We'll do it in October. We'll do it in 6 months, okay? If anyone's sticking around for 6 more months, you have that to look forward to. Higurashi gets you to love his characters. And then they kill them off, and I don't want that. Fuck. Higurashi countdown. You guys keep making me agree to things I should not be agreeing to. Like, this is just against my better judgment, really. We do. Oh. God. I'm already scared thinking about the fucking games, man. Phasma with mods. We'll see. A few months.
OMG, Phasma would be so fun.
I played Phasma with my friends once. What happened was I turned up the brightness to the highest so that things were barely visible because it was just a ray of sunlight is what it looks like that blasted through everything I saw. And I walked into the house, I heard something, and then I ran back out and I never played the game again. That's terrifying. I don't know if I want that at all. I don't know. I don't know. It terrifies me.
Trust it's not that bad.
Well, we'll know in 6 months. Yes. I don't like horror. I think it's mostly sound. That's what's like freaking me out from what I've read is like, I think visually, if you show me like, you know, like a zombie or like a fucked up looking infant that's huge or whatever with a weird mouth, I'd be like, you know, that's kind of scary. But I hate flinching. I hate like sounds that fuck me up. Like I hate that shit. Because actual horror, I think, is like interesting and scary, but like I think it's somewhat interesting. Jump scares piss me off. Like I will get frustrated when it's just a loud noise for the sake of it being a loud noise to scare me. Like that is unpleasant. I don't get any joy from that. I just go like, ah, fuck. Like I just go like, that wasn't very cool. That wasn't very cash money of you. I don't know. I love horror, but jump scares aren't actual horror. Well, I don't know. I'm not like not much into the genre, so I don't know. Generally, I just like I'm not saying, you know, everything should be polished and sunshine and rainbows and nothing bad can ever happen, or else I like start, you know, bawling. But there's a certain like my tolerance doesn't go very far because a lot of interesting ideas and concepts which are, you know, primarily the way I enjoy video games, don't have to be explored through a horror lens. Doki Doki has a lot of preamble before the horror and kind of gets jump scary. It is a little like jump scary, and like that's why like I know it's a meme and I know people like it, and I've played like maybe what 30 minutes of it, but most of my consumption of it was actually watching someone else play it. In the same way that Five Nights at Freddy's, in the same way I've consumed Five Nights at Freddy's, because you know I was there scrolling down in the YouTube comments in Markiplier Let's Plays looking for the timestamps, okay? That was me. That was who I am. That's who I am. That's who I was. It's who I was. I don't know if it's still who I am, but it's certainly who I was. Love horror. I've loved it since I was a kid, but can't sleep with no light, so it's a win-lose kind of thing. Okay, well. You win some, you lose some, I guess. While this is here, and I need to ask her, or I need to ask FCF when next time they come on, what is that blue thing around the art, like around me in that art? I don't know what that is. I've stared at that. I've stared at this artwork for like a few days, several days now, 3-4 days. I don't know what that blue thing is. Is it a worm? It's gone now. But you saw what I was referencing. You gonna ask in the Discord? I'll do that. I'll ask them in the Discord. Love horror. We all have cats. Chat is straight up and chairman's antithesis. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like the chat reflects streamer thing is very untrue. None of you are like me at all. No. Not nearly as refined. I mean, although I will say if it were between a dog or a cat, I would choose a cat, but yeah. With the demons haunting a psyche. I don't like the sound of that. I really don't. I don't need any more voices in my head. Okay? I have enough. There's enough to deal with. I don't need like... I don't need this many more. Anyways,
Goddamn, ET tut at 0 striker? Someday then, someday.
Mom's allergic, partner's allergic, everyone's allergic. RIP. I think I used to be allergic and then I'm not anymore. I used to be allergic to animal fur, but then I was exposed to like cats against my will more in the recent history of my life. And then now that's, I think, made it so that I'm not allergic anymore. I don't know how that works though. No idea. And I can raise an animal. I have like 2 houseplants that just died. Like I think I got them like 2 months. I got them like 2 months ago, and they're dead now. I couldn't even take care of my houseplants for like a month. Actually, I've been sneezing around a cat. Hope I'm not allergic to. Well. Only one way to know. You killed them? I didn't kill my plants. I just forgotten to take care of them properly. Because they don't talk, you know? If they're like, feed me, I'm hungry, I'm gonna die, then I'll be like, oh shit, my bad, hold on, I'm coming over. But they're just kind of chilling in the corner, and that's what makes you forget about them, right? Refer to Mitch Hedberg's joke about parrots. Here for the parrot on your shoulders. Refer to Mitch Hedberg's joke about the parrot. You might not know what I'm talking about, Victor. Let me pull it up for you. Mitch Hedberg. Parrots. Why is unboxing the hottest coach bag right now on my front page? Granted, it's my incognito front page, but still. That, and I cheated in Roblox most popular games. Like, I don't think I want to see that. Here you go, Victor, because I think you haven't seen this yet, but I've shown pretty much everyone every time I need to talk about Parrot this clip already, so I'm just going to show you now.
I got a, you know what, man? I got a parrot. The parrot talked, but it did not say I'm hungry, so it died.
That's the clip. That's it. Raise a little baby lemon tree from a seed over the course of a year. I'm still proud. Well done. That's not easy, certainly. I don't think so. So yeah, if Parrot doesn't say I'm hungry, he's gonna die. Refer to that going forward every time I say I can't take care of anything until it yells at me and says, I need this thing, and I go, okay, alright, we'll deal with it. But anyways, I'm going on for a little longer than I wanted to. I wanted to stream for about maybe like 4 hours, and then I wanted to, and I knew there'd be some time after the game to yap, so that's what I left it for. But I've been yapping for a little too long. I will stream again in 2 days, or as in, like, you know, not tomorrow, but the day after, at the usual time, probably, which is, you know, 4 hours ago from now. I will I need to eat. I'm not, no. I'm very self-sufficient pancake. Okay, yep. Alright, okay. I will stream 2 days from now. I haven't decided what to stream yet. I think I'll probably stream Slay the Princess is probably what I'll end up streaming. I will probably stream Volcano Princess 2 at some point, maybe this week. I want to stream a House Slipper stream. I want to do I want to wrap up some of the things, and then once I wrap up most of the games we'd started but not finished, most of them at least, I will endeavor into maybe another season of The Walking Dead. We're doing it season by season, right? So maybe I'll get into season 2 Walking Dead. Maybe we'll do something else. It depends on, I guess it depends on what I feel like is more than anything. I'm trying to
Walking Dead. Smiley face.
I don't think anyone cares for me to play Half-Life 2, so maybe I'll just finish that off stream in my own time. I'll just ask for the next few streams if anyone cares about. If anyone is like, I need to see a Half-Life 2 stream, Charis Euphranor, please. And if so, I will do it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna play it off stream. I don't think anyone wants to. I don't think anyone cares about Half-Life 2, which is like understandable. It's an old game. And I've played enough of it on stream anyways that I don't mind just finishing it off by myself. I can play other games on stream. Let's see. Play Half-Life 3? Yeah, well, me too. Yeah, Slay the Princess, Volcano Princess, and House Flipper are on the agenda. I just don't know how they'll be sorted. Maybe we'll combine that with some Dream Daddy as well. We'll see. Review if you finish off stream. Gotcha, I will. Certainly I will talk about it, yes. I love talking about things, as you may have surmised by now. And then, you know, maybe we'll do Helltaker. I'll see. Let's do a Portal stream. I have played Portal 2 like 3 times already, so it's really ingrained in my memory. Portal 1 I haven't played in a while, so maybe I could play Portal 1. Actually, I last played Portal 2 5 years ago. Who am I kidding, actually? I've probably only played through the whole game twice. But it's one of my favorites of all time, so it's really difficult to not remember it. I last played Portal 1 in 2017. Maybe I would replay Portal
2
1.
Is way more fun though.
I know it is, but like, you know, I remember
That'd
it more.
Be fun.
And I remember like a lot of the puzzles of Portal 2 still, because, you know, it's such a fucking banger of a game. This is super hot. Yeah. I know what you are. I know what you are. I know what you are. And honestly, I don't blame you. Damn. Puzzles? In my Yuri game? More likely than you think. But no, Portal 2 is like a work of art that I hold near and dear to my heart. Like I talk a lot about how the Stanley Parable is my favorite game of all time. But it doesn't mean that's like the only game I think about a lot, like that in my like upper echelon of shit that's like this is the standard for my consumption of any media going forward. And one of the things is up there as well as Portal 2 for sure. I want to say Superliminal is there too, but it might be because I'm being like I'm convincing myself every day by using their BGM for my stream and stealing it. The Portal 2 is like probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had in any game ever. That, like, even if it's been 5 years since I've last played it, I could probably remember most of the beats of stuff. I also watched a bit of Shiori playing it recently. Shiori played it recently and I watched a little bit of her streams on that. That refreshed my memory and I love that. I fucking love, what's his name? Wheatley. Wheatley is such a funny character. I love Wheatley so much. Narrative from Stanley Parable, yeah.
And I've said it again, but Stanley Parable being your fave game makes so much sense. Like you just have the energy of a Stanley Parable liker. Idic, how to explain it? Nerd. He is so fine. CR4CK weary face.
He is. What a brilliant performance by him. I forgot what his name is. I need to look it up. What's the narrator's voice? Sorry, that's my chair. And he sounds like that in real life as well. Have you heard? Why is it Stanley Parable narrator? First thing in the search query, lines. Second thing, funny moments. Third thing, voice actor. Fourth thing, ASMR.
It's a great honor. It's a good honor. It's a great honor for me. I mean, had no idea that we were going to be nominated, and it's, you know, Stanley Parable is a small indie game, and it's sort of, it's swimming above its weight, really. Oh, boxing above its weight, rather. That's the right phrase, isn't it? It's kind of almost like a little family affair. I mean, at the beginning, it was when it was just a half mod game. It was just Davey and myself, and then when Davey decided to develop it to a full game, William came on board and lots of other people. But it still feels like a small family thing, and it's amazing. We're up against some really big guys, you know, tonight, but we're there, you know, and we've got 4 nominations. That's terrific.
Like you say,
Slightly different. Yeah, it is. It is obviously slightly different. Okay, maybe not obviously, but it is. Sorry, you're right. It is slightly different. What I mean is, like, you can hear, like, where that voice comes from when you listen to him and like speak. It's been a while though. Maybe I was just misremembering. But you're right. You're right. The public knows what they want. Chat just wants to be bullied by disembodied voices. No, I get it. I mean, there's a reason why they're my two favorite games, right? I understand it. It definitely was the type of thing. I think Portal and Stanley Parable have shaped my my approach to things and to creative projects in general, where I now have like a strong affinity for the tension between the person who's like, you know, engaging in this thing and a sort of outside voice that's like, you should do this or you should do that, or I don't like when you do that, or I don't like when you do this, and then there's like a tension there, rather than like you are two characters, like good guys, you're sole good guy and sole bad guy in a video game, and you're like, you know, in conflict. It's almost like it's still two entities, it's still a dialogue between two separate entities. It's not yourself, but because they're like sort of this weird disembodied voice, it does feel sometimes like you are talking to yourself, or like it's all in your head almost, that you're like a little, like it's all, and you can't fight it. It's not something you can just, you know, it's not someone you can like shoot in the head with your video game gun. It's something that you have to deliberate with all the time. Another one of my examples of this, I don't know if this, like, to me it's just such an interesting dynamic. Here's another example. I love, guys, hear me out, League of Legends. But there's a champion in the game that I love so much. The voice actor for the voice in the head passed recently, which is tragic. I'm really sad about it. But the voice of the character Kane, done by Robbie Damon, does a good job as well. I love Kane and Rost's. Immediately lost me. I know I did. I know. But I don't know if you guys know Kane and Rost. I love Kane and Rost, and to me it's a very similar, not very similar, but it's a somewhat similar dynamic of like the person, the one who has all the agency, and then the disembodied voice whispering to them to like, maybe you should do something else instead. That's like, it's so good. And the banter that comes with that, it's so good. That's why he's like my favorite champion from
Wait,
aesthetics.
what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Kane from League of Legends. I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you. Okay, I'm not insane, okay?
With the aura you wield, we could destroy everything.
With all the stupid things you say, we could fill a library.
Kill them, King. Show me the power of our future emperor.
You didn't say the magic word.
Oh, I love them.
I don't think so.
So, you sound like a lunatic. Excellent. So much aura within you.
Quit looking at my aura.
No, this insufferable life.
I totally get
Yes,
it.
you're a monster. Very scary.
I love them. I love them. One of the only reasons why I play League of Legends, or I used to, I don't anymore, but when I used to play League of Legends, was so I could play this champion and I could play this skin. And there was a point in time where this champion, like these two characters were like the announcers in the battlefield, but it was a temporary thing and they removed it because it was a limited time event. And I hate that shit because I wish they would just implement that permanently. I would love that. OMG, that's my boyfriend on the screen. Robbie Damon has recently starred in the Devil May Cry Netflix series. So if you want to hear more Robbie Damon, you know where to look. This thing's so peak. I know, right? It was just, oh. For those who like Stanley Parable narrator, did you play Little Misfortune? Did you love Morgo? I don't know who that is. Sorry. Forgot that came out as a good. I heard it's like mediocre. I heard it's like fine, but I haven't watched it myself. I heard it's like just a bit like campy, but maybe that's kind of what you're looking for as a DMC fan. I don't know. Maybe in Paracelsus from Guilty Gear. I gotta look that up now. Oh, the key and the girl.
Nice breeze.
So it is.
Lovely sea, too.
Okay.
Favorite color.
So I see.
A blue so clear, you can peer into its depths.
Well expressed.
At CR4CK consumer with a YT account I see.
I get it. James Anime is just kind of alright. It's silly, but writing wise, it's kind of weak. Right, that's like kind of the majority opinion I've heard as well. A bit unfortunate because I guess I wasn't really looking forward to it, but I liked DMC5 a lot. Speaking of V from DMC5, yeah. V was my favorite character to play. Partially because of gameplay reasons, because it was just like, to me, I was probably the last person on earth that like enjoyed actually just, instead of fighting the monsters, having my monsters do the fighting for me and then like teleporting in and out to do like a finishing blow. Can I just show you the thing that lives rent-free in my head though? It's a Maxor video. I think you might know what I'm talking about.
Last time.
you might know what I'm talking about. It's the add me on Discord scene. Oh, it's so good. I don't know if I'll get copyrighted for any of this stuff, by the way, but like I'm also just like, fuck it, I don't care. I've gone deep into the conversation of pulling clips out to talk about, so I might as well just show them. I'll learn from my mistakes, and if this VOD gets nuked, then it is what it is. I'll just cut out the section afterwards. It'll be fine.
To a concept that I'm a big fan of. I'm sure you'll love every second of it. It's very popular on the internet, and it's called...
Wait. Hold on. Let me set it up here, I think.
What? Yeah, he was trying to get away from taxes. I don't know. I stopped him. What's V doing? Get back, V. I'm gonna Al Capone this bitch. Fuck off, Fed. I'm about to die. Have you ever heard of the Make-A-Wish Foundation? Now, I know, Jeff. I know that it's hard.
I can't think of anything from V other than this specific video.
Especially if they're Italian.
Is V racist?
But let me introduce you.
I can't think of anything else.
I'm a big fan of. I'm sure you'll love every second of it. It's very popular on the internet, and it's called For. Wait a fucking second. Nero's underage. You can't do that.
Add me on this.
Oh my god, and then just... Oh my god.
Does he always play that song? Yes. Oh, sorry, gentlemen. I've left my theme song running.
Sorry. I know I'm becoming I'm being a React YouTuber. Okay, I'm being a React streamer. You're going to have to forgive me. Because that... I will hear V from Devil May Cry 5. And then I will just... And then in my head... all I can think of is like him going like in the fucking video. It's not even from the game. I don't even remember what he says in the game. I just remember this fucking, because I played the game though. I've beaten the game. But I don't remember anything he says in the game. All I remember is this fucking scene in this video where he's like, add me on Discord. And I'm like, that is the most perfect V line in a parody you could ever say. I don't know why. He just has that vibe. He just does. His gameplay was lovely. I don't know why there were complaints. Yeah, I don't either, because he was my favorite to play. Everyone, when they were in the chosen, you can choose which character to play. Most people were like, "Oh, thank God, I don't have to play V anymore." I'm like, no, I picked V. I wanted to play more V. Nico from DMC5, yeah. Always been more lady. I honestly, yeah. Like honestly, both of them, like, yeah. What is this? It's the Maxor video. You must have heard about this. So Maxor is a YouTuber who's famous for his editing that, you know, hurts people's eyes. And he does like parody things. He does video game recaps that are sort of parodies of them. And this is his just sort of incorrect summary of Devil May Cry 5. And that's the bit where, like, you know, V does the thing. Add V on Discord. Did you buy DMC5? It's on sale. I've already beaten the game. I have the game and I've already beaten it. Yeah. I can't do it yet, but one day I'll be able to do Bury the Light. One day, if I just train, that's my only musical motivation. It's not to, like, you know, be a better singer or, like, you know, join in, whatever, no. Or, like, you know, just, it's to be able to sing Bury the Light in its full capacity. I always, like, occasionally I'll pull it up on, like, a karaoke with my friends and stuff, but I've never been able to do the whole thing right. Like, I've never been able to do it well. I can never get to the screamo bits. Like, I can get the... I don't know, like, it's not, I'm not there yet, but I'm like, I'm preparing myself to eventually be able to do it. DMC3 Dante versus DMC5 Dante. I like 5 Dante more, but I haven't played 3, so I'm biased. Never getting over Geralt in Witcher 3. Always play the game with his shirt off. Oh. Something about the middle-aged, like, roughness of DMC5 Dante is like, yes, this is peak Dante. For me, at least. Same with Virgil. Like, I feel like Dante and Virgil are, like, cool, but they're just so much better with age to me. But again, the only game I've played in the series is 5, so I might be biased. I might be very biased there. But I just feel like the age is, like, that's what works for the characters, though. Thor from God of War Ragnarok, but nobody listens to me. Thor from Ragnarok? Yeah. Thor, yes. But that's also like that's a warm take, right? Nobody listens. There's no way nobody agrees with you. That's a warm take. Come on. That's a cold take. That's a cold take to say Thor from Ragnarok is, like, you know. Like, yes, I was more low-key, but you know me. Up there with Max Source and Nahida or Senator Armstrong memes. It really is. There's a huge fandom for Heimdall. Really? I'm not surprised. They're all, like, conventionally... Okay, you know who is underrated? You know who is not talked enough about? Kate... Is it Kate Blanchett? Is that her name? Her performance is hella. Kate Blanchett's Hela is like we all liked it, but I don't think we're talking enough about it. That's what I think. God of War Ragnarok MCU? Oh, I'm sad now. Never mind. I really thought I had something there. I haven't played the God of Wars. I partially am thinking about starting them, but I need to, like, get into it. I need to start from the beginning, and I think some of them are not. Like, not all the games are on the Steam, right? And I don't want to just jump into the latest thing that's on Steam. Are they all on Steam?
Woke me up like a sleeper agent.
Kate Blanchett woke you up like a sleeper agent? Yeah. God of War Ragnarok is on Steam. How much of the God of War franchise is on Steam? I need to know. Santa Monica. Let me just sort by Santa Monica Studio, maybe. Spider-Man 2. Damn, no, it's not the... Yeah, there's just not, like, I can't play the older ones.
Have you seen her performance in Carol?
No, not yet. Okay, you know what? Just for that discretion I made, I need to look up Thor from Ragnarok. Let me look it up. Okay, I don't see it. No, I see it, but this is not for me, but I see it. Not for me, but I definitely see it. I remember there was a scene where he like just beats the ever-living shit out of Kratos that I saw. I don't remember from where, but that kind of like makes sense to me. Yeah. No, but I want to play all the God of War games, but I can't just play the newest one. I have to play the older ones. Because, like, I've heard that there's like, you know, actually good character development for Kratos. And Atreus, I suppose, right? That you would be missing out on if you didn't play the previous God of War titles. And all the previous titles, you know, has the reputation of being, like, really good games as well. So I'm like, well, fuck, now I have to play... Now I have to play all the older ones first. He does beat the living hell out of Kratos. Was great. I saw that scene and I was like, yeah, damn, that's good. Ooh. Who's the God of War Ragnarok like? Who's everyone like simping for then? I'm gonna look up the characters. I don't know how effective that is though. Let's see. Atreus, Angrboda, sorry. Kratos, Freya, Mimir, Rock, Sindri, Thor, Tyr, Erlin. Out of all of them, I feel like Thor should be like second most popular, no?
Just looked it up and Kate Blanchett's hella can fuck me up.
Yes, and people don't talk enough about that. I don't know why they don't talk about it. It's so good. Probably in the Epic Store. Alan Wake 2. I have to go on the Epic Store. I don't want to go on the Epic Store. The only reason I ever went on the Epic Store was to play like Hades 2 before it went on Steam. But then it went on Steam, and if you bought Hades, or it's Hades 1, sorry, not Hades 2. If you bought Hades 1 on Steam and played a few hours on it, you could have the music kit for Counter-Strike. And I was like, well, I guess that's a reason to buy it again. And I bought the game again on Steam, and I've been playing it on Steam. And that's just the way I've been playing it. Now, I don't even go on like Epic anymore. It's Hermes? Okay. What does he look like? Is that from Ragnarok? Interesting. Basically free of opinion here. My apologies, Tara. My apologies. What about Hellsing Alucard? I think yes, but I need to look at it. Hellsing Alucard. I'm not into Hellsing. I'm tangentially aware of several scenes from Hellsing abridged. That is all I'm recalling right now when I'm looking at it. But kind of, I don't know. I like him. I don't love him. Except Kate Blanchett, hello, my bad. MCO was unfair. Ragnarok was, guys, come on. You had Kate Blanchett's Hela. You had Tom Hiddleston's Loki. You had fucking I forgot his name. Sorry, give me a second. Chris Hemsworth's Thor. Like, what more do you want from Ragnarok, man? And the movie was kind of funny too. Like, whatever. I don't know. I didn't really pay much attention to. I was just like looking at the actors, going like, "Damn, okay." Oh, Army's from the old game. Heimdall's from Ragnarok. Okay, okay. Is this an accidental smash or pass? I guess it just wandered into that, didn't it? I need to stop.
I love Castlevania Alucard, but he is not mentally unstable enough.
Castlevania Alucard. What's the difference? I see. Yeah, he is definitely not. Why is like the second row of results like
I am attracted to is like
characters.org.
Benedict Cumberbatch and Tom Hiddleston. But don't even ask me about the Marvel Rivals designs, they're all so good.
Honestly, yeah. I think my preference is Castlevania Alucard over Hellsing Alucard, but I'm not familiar with either of them. I'm just judging purely off of the vibes of the images alone. But Victor, you're absolutely right. And yeah, there's no notes. That's like, I wish my computer could run Marvel Rivals, man. It can't though. I can't run Marvel Rivals. Like, it doesn't work. I launch it and then it's like 20 frames a second or 15. And I can barely play the game and then the game crashes. It sucks. I was gonna ask you into Natasha, but like everyone thinks ScarJo's like, she is, but I am not that into Natasha as a character. Natasha's just kind of like you know when a character is supposed to be hot and then they sell it too much as a part of like who they are as a character. It's like, oh, they're the hot one, and you kind of go like, well, they're not that hot anymore now that you're selling it to me like that. That's how I feel about ScarJo's Natasha. Like Natasha's Black Widow. Sorry, ScarJo's Black Widow. Excuse me.
Girl.
Like, I feel like it has to be just like something completely unmentioned for me to be like, this person, like the moment it's part of their character traits is like, this character's attractive, I'm immediately like, oh really? Are they now? Are they attractive? Huh? I don't think so, actually. I'm not into this anymore. You check Soma Cruz? Let's see. He's the protagonist character? I can respect it. Yeah. He does kind of look like a protagonist character though, I won't lie, but like not in a bad way strictly. Everyone's fawning over Emma Frost? Yeah, I've seen all the Emma Frost posting. The Emma Frost posting has infiltrated all of my group chats as well. Everyone keeps sending like the Emma Frost art. And then everyone's like reaction to the Emma Frost art is like the kneeling down emoji. But it's so funny because we all use different versions of the kneeling emoji, that there's like there's like 5 or 6 variations and we all use different ones. So instead of just like kneeling and then next to it's like just the number 6, right? It's like there's just 6 different, slightly different like guys, like people like kneeling down, and it's so funny. Every time there's an Emma Frost post, there's just like 6 or 7 different kneeling emojis under it that are the reaction. her thigh, each of her thighs, on her legs are as like are as thick as her waist. That's insane. That is like so far beyond what is even like a realistic standard, like body like shape, that it loops around to being like, damn, okay, this is like a JoJo character's proportions. A vampire's attractive is just part of the criteria. Yeah, I agree. You're being judged for finding Takumi from non-attractive? Is that like, I wasn't gonna look into that, but I guess you really want me to look into that now. Okay. What? How are you? This is like the most like, yes, this is the easiest yes of my life. What are you talking about? This is the easiest yes of my life. Okay, it's not that easy, but like, you know.
I have never heard anything good about the boys from Nana LMAO.
Okay, if he's like an asshole, then I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know him. So many men with long black hair and you choose him. Is it like, is he like a terrible person? I don't mind if you spoil it a bit because I'm probably not gonna watch this this anime. He's evil? He's abusive. Oh, and he's abusive and he's jitter. Okay, well then, yeah, there you go. I guess, yeah, there you go. That's unfortunate. Who cares next? I care. Like, I need to be like, my fictional characters need to live up to a certain like standard that I would impose on a real person, even though like, it's very obvious that they're not real people. Evil gives a taste. There's some parts. The evil, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing with the like character can be evil and hot. Is like the evil goes so far as like, would it be like, if they would like destroy the world?
But if it's fiction, I have lower standards, you know.
Well, yeah, okay, but like, because it's like, if anything, you should have higher standards for fictional characters, because they're like, they can live up to that higher standard because they're fucking not real, right? But like, the evil depends. If it's like evil and like they will sacrifice the world for you, then it's kind of like, okay, I can see it. But if it's evil, like you are just a pawn in their universe chess match, and like they just genuinely will not care about you at all, that is, to me, is like kind of like, I don't know, like I don't think that's it. There's like a certain type of like the evil that gives it the tasting of it, you know? Fictional characters, all reason goes out the window? Okay. Okay. Jinx is a guy who would go crazy.
Neuron activation. I see hot person, neuron activation. We're running on pure vibes.
That's how it feels, yeah. I don't know, like, I don't, yeah, maybe it's also because of Arcane, but I feel like Jinx is like more of like a great character than like a Smash, you know? Mel, on the other hand, completely true and real. There is no notes to that either. Mel is real as fuck. I don't know. Jinx is too much of like a person. She's way too much of like a person with like who's a character that has like suffered enough that I'm like I don't want to approach this person anymore. Whereas Mel is still, I feel like Mel has just enough characterization for me to like her, but not enough for me to be like,
Mel is
damn,
so
this is a
fucking hot.
real
She is the
fucking
hottest
person.
arcane character, and I will die on this hill.
There's no hill to die on. This is like we're all agreeing. Okay, none of us are disagreeing here. I think we're all agreeing. Too hard for Griffith from Berserk and he's evil. Well, yeah, but that's why I'm saying it's like you motherfuckers need to realign yourselves, okay?
Arcane. I am only going for Silco.
I would not go for Silco, but like if he was in like a room talking, I would shut up and I would listen to him because I want to hear him talk more. It's oh my god, now I have to do it. Hold on. Where's that scene that's like, I don't remember which scene it was, but like, okay. I just like his voice, okay? Silco's voice is incredible, man.
Now the border is closing.
Merchandise is.
Oh, you don't recognize it. Have you
Me
forgotten
too.
where we came from? The mines they had us in. Air so thick it clogged your throat. Stuck in your eyes.
Beautiful. React stream. I'm done reacting. No more reacting. We're getting the hell out of here. I need to go. Yeah, but Silco's a woman would be so hot. Silco is just hot, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He just is. Like, he's also like terrible. He's also incredibly attractive, and I think his voice does 90% of the lifting. I will be real, because like his visual appearance to me is kind of like whatever. Like I'm looking at him and I'm like, he's all right, but then I'm hearing it and I'm like, damn, okay. What's the next stream? Dude, I've been trying to figure it out myself.
His brain is so sexy, I don't know.
I love his character, I love his voice. I think his visual design is like good, but not fantastic
His
for
brain
me.
also
for my
sexy, though
preferences.
so real.
But it's like, it's a perfect like design. Like I don't think it's a bad design just because I don't find it attractive. It's just like I don't find it attractive. But it's an extraordinarily wonderful design nonetheless. Savika? Yeah, okay, Savika. Yep. All the characters, they're all like, yeah, all of them, just all the characters. I feel like nobody said Vi because it was too obvious, but I'll just say it now before we end the stream. No, I can write an essay on his face alone. You could do that, but I'm not going to read it. So we're probably streaming in 2 days. We're going to stream Slay the Princess, probably, or Volcano Princess, or House Flipper. These 3 games are going to happen this week with one more game probably. So I'm going to stream Thursday. I'm going to stream Thursday. I'm going to stream Saturday, and I'm going to stream Sunday all at the same time. Schedule coming out later, like maybe in a few hours, okay? I'm getting it all together. I'm still trying to figure it out. But that's the schedule for now, and I'm going to leave, okay? I gotta go. Caitlyn on the murderer dictator arc? Yeah, real. Jinx but 5 inches taller? I just can't see Jinx, man. Jinx is too much of like a troubled soul that I'm like, I need to shepherd her into like a therapy session. Like I don't feel like I want any part of it at all, you know? Your favorite stay winning. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm still, those are the games that we've played but not completed, so that I'm just coming back to them and doing them. And House Flipper because I just want to flip some houses, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, I get it, but colon.
Can't see Jinx unless it's Kate Jinx. No, Kate Vi's the truth. Sorry. Kate Vi's the truth. Jinx is like, I don't know. Jinx with Echo works really well. Yes, yes, I know. Straight ship. I can see the you shoot the lightning bolt through my head now. Yeah, okay. But it, you know, straight ship. But like Jinx Echo works. Jinx Echo really works, I think. Boo, hetero romantic relationship ships. No. No, it's not gay. No, I don't want it. No. Javik Truther? Yeah, no disagreement from me. Javik is the truth. The people that were complaining, there was like a few people that were like complaining like, oh, not everything needs to be sexual. They're just really close friends. They're just brothers. Well, like that can be true. I'm not saying that can't be true, but also there, you can see like the very obvious seeds for, you know, a romantic pairing between the two, right? Like it's just so there.
I love
it's
it
so
when
present.
everything is sexual.
I don't agree with that. I don't love it when everything's sexual. Sometimes things can just be platonic, but they can also be sexual in some cases, depending on it depends. It's not all black and white. You have to read the media, the material, and engage with it in a way that, like, and when you ship someone, you can't just ship them because, okay, well you can, but I don't like it when people just like throw characters together. It's like, no, you have to, it's gotta be based on something. There's gotta be like a thing from the media itself that makes you feel so strongly about that, you know?
But the sexiness adds flavor, it adds spice. If I'm eating some chips, I'm putting hot sauce on them.
Yeah, but like some characters are just fine like without that. In fact, might be like hindered by that, because when everyone is like, you know, extremely sexualized, there's like a layer there, you miss out on interesting dynamics, right? You would hate old Tumblr ships. Yeah, I know. Shipping character, I don't think that's like, I mean, you can do what you want, it's just like I'm not a fan of it, I guess. Everything is sexual. Jinx can sit in Silco's lap she wants, like, okay, but it was meant to be uncomfortable. Yeah, it was meant to be kind of fucking weird. Like, it was meant to be like, okay, I don't know if the word, you know what, it probably is the correct word to say this. Like, Jinx and Silco is like a bit incestuous. Like, it is. There's an incestuous dynamic going on because he's effectively her, like, you know, stepfather, right? So I'm not saying you can't pair them together. I'm just saying, like, I can't say that. But like, you know, there's a strong element of that, and for me that's kind of like a turn off, I guess. Like, I don't want this anymore. Love the randomness to ships like Malvika. That's not a real, like, okay, never mind. I don't want to dismiss what people do, but like, I'm not gonna see it. I'm never gonna see it. That's fine though. No, it's the reason why I pair them together. You do what you want. You do what you want. You people, you guys do what you want, okay? All y'all, you're free to do what you want. I'm gonna stand here with my objectively correct shift. No. But I do, like, I don't know, people get really heated about this stuff, and for me it's more just like, I understand the heat of like being heated about it if you're talking about it passionately, like you like it. I don't understand the heat of it if you're trying to actively like destroy someone else's like pairing, because you're like, no, it would never work, and then you're typing angrily, this person would never do this, they're not gay, they would never be gay, like, you know, like, why you gotta be so angry about that? Like, I understand strong emotions towards your own ship for what you want to see. I don't understand ships, or I don't understand attacking other people's ships, because that's just kind of like, if you don't like it, you could just pretend it's not there. It is what it is. Just tag it right so I can never see it. Exactly. Tag it right so I can blacklist certain things that I don't have to see. Ambessa Caitlyn? I don't know. I don't really. I just see Ambessa's just kind of hot, but I don't really have a ship. I don't really ship Ambessa with anyone. I don't think there's a. She doesn't feel like the type of character yet to have a ship. Like considering her character dynamics in the show.
Exactly. People complain so much but don't take the time to figure out how to use tags or the AO3 filter system.
No, because it's toxic. I mean, I
no
can't.
Cause of the toxic dynamics.
I don't know. I can't really get into that. But again, like, you know, that's whatever to me. I will forever be a Kate Vi truther.
And that's on them.
Maybe there's something there to unpack that a vampire therapist could do, right? Wouldn't that be a great way to tie up a video game live stream pertaining to a certain vampire therapist? Okay, I gotta go now. Bye, everyone. I'll see everyone not tomorrow, but the day after. We will be doing something. You'll see what it is soon enough. That's all. If you have things to say that you just have to say, you can say it in the Discord. There is a Discord you can say the things in. If you want, you can do what you want. I've left the, here's my, okay, I haven't talked about this. Okay, I need to talk about this and then I'll end. Okay, I promise I'll talk about last thing. I've modded a few people on Discord. My plan currently is to, or like mod, right, quote unquote. I don't call it mod, I call it just, you know, the Euphranor, whatever the fandom name, whatever, what community name, whatever. My plan is to add one more person to that list of people, so it's always a growing list. So the idea is it's not just dictated by a few people, it's like, you know, it's a whole community that gets to do what they want, and everyone's trusted enough to be given the keys to the kingdom and to be able to, you know, reason with everyone else and figure out what's best for the, you know, what you want to do in the Discord. The idea is I want to every month or so, I want to do like I want to add one more person to the role. Eventually, so there's just a ton of people. That's the idea. Let's make a therapy channel on Discord. I don't know if that's a good idea. But so mods, you could do whatever you want, really. I do mean that you could do whatever you want, but that doesn't mean you should do whatever you want, right? That's the idea, right? The idea is you can make certain changes, you can add stuff, you can rearrange things, you can set up things, but you know, I feel like if everyone delineates with each other to figure out what they want to see, that is the best course forward for like the Discord server, rather than me dictating, okay, here's what's going to go on the Discord, here's what's going to go on Discord, here's what we're going to do. Obviously I'm like, you know, going to float around and I'll check maybe every other day or so to make sure no one deleted it or something. But like, you know, other than that, I trust it completely to the people, to everyone here. And it's not just, you know, people who have the quote unquote mod role, but just like, you know, everyone else in general. I trust everyone to be able to self-govern. I trust everyone to be able to communicate with each other, that if there is, even if there are misunderstandings, that like, they can be resolved quickly, and I don't have to, you know, I don't have to dramatically and drastically ban people or whatever. There should be a general for chairman stuff and general for IRL stuff. You guys do what you want. You guys figure it out.
Okay.
I don't care. If you guys figure it out. Talk to each other. There should probably be a channel for the role. Okay, I'll do that. I think I have to set that up. There should be a channel for the mod role, so you can discuss mod changes in that channel. That's something I have to do. Everything else is like, you guys do what you want. I don't care. Just don't post anything like illegal on there. And if you want to say anything that might be illegal due to certain changing tides, but you believe is morally permissible, and the injustice of the legal system is preventing your truth, then make sure you accompany all of those messages with haha, this is just a joke. Feds, please don't knock on my door. You do need to set up permissions and bots though. I recommend too. Okay, I'll check that out. Sorry, I'm not very tech proficient with this stuff. But yeah, like, you know, everyone's in hopefully everyone's an adult. If you're not an adult, you will not be modded. Like, that's the thing, okay? And hopefully everyone's a sensible human being that knows how to figure things out and talk to people. Hopefully that's the audience I've been able to cultivate throughout the years. 10 years? The months. I really am 60. Anyways, that's the idea. Have fun with it. Do what you want. I'll see everyone on Thursday. You'll know what the hell I'm doing then. Okay, goodbye. No, years, months. Get out of here. Go, 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 go. Get out of my stream.
The long years.
It's been streaming for too long. I need to stream for shorter hours. This is too long. I need to stream for 4 hours and that's it. I cannot stream longer than 4 hours. Longer than 4 hours is like unfeasible. Okay? That is not good. Because I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna like burn out.
See you later.
Run. An hour of therapy and 4 baffling conversations. It has been. It has been. You're completely right.
Bye bye everyone. _chair heart.
You're completely right, and my apologies. See everyone. I'll see everyone soon.